in the YouTube. Hello. Y'all are funny. Let me take that away because I don't like how that looks in the background. Come over here. Anyway, just yeah. Hi, Cactus. Shit's about to go crazy. Next chapter of The Artist Spoiling Pretty Girls. You do. You do. Please. Please. I want to write a cute Christmas fic, had the concept and everything. Sigh. Sigh, sigh, sigh. The Art of Spoiling Pretty Girls is really nice. It's like if you want a similar like it's like established Rhaenyra and then they add Zoe to the mix. It's really fun. It's like nice and fluffy and like even when there's angst, it's like hurt comfort. It's like the hurt comes in the beginning of the chapter and then the comfort comes later in the chapter. It's great. It's great. Um Hello, hi, Sam and Tegan, my like Sam and Tegan are my YouTube regulars. I love you guys. Y'all rule so hard. Okay, let me share this screen. I know that Sunny is like streaming at the same time, right? I saw when Sunny posted their like live reading time, and I was like, why are you overlapping with my live reading time? Like it's all right. I just found it funny. Okay. That's shared over there. Hell yeah. How is the audio, YouTube? How is the audio? Reef is nice. She doesn't make us wait 3 months for the comfort. Hi, Dane. Hello. Audio gooda. Perfect. Hello, Nat. Hello, Nat. I don't know what accent I'm doing. Okay, so this is chapter 20, dakjuk on waffles, which I could have committed to the bit and like made dakjuk and waffles, but I'm like already trying to finish up the food in my house. So when I go to my aunt's in the weekend, I don't have any food left over. So I was not gonna make that. Uh, so let's see. Summary: 1 pot of dakjuk, 6 waffles, 2 sugar mommies living under the same roof as you. Oh my god, are they? Are they? Wait, does that wait? Does that mean they will be staying at Zoe's place? I don't know what that means, but I'm excited to find out. 2/3 cups of progress? Question mark. Already crashing out already. I'm just like, what does that mean? Notes: Zomira Nation, wake up! Thank you, thank you. I'm very excited for my Zomira. Does Zoe go to their apartment? I'm like, it might be, but we're about to find out. We're about to find out. Fuck, I hate seeing the blank spots on my wall here. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm just gonna get started. Zoe sighs as she crosses her arms over her chest and tilts her chin up to the ceiling. The best she can with one hand in a cast, at least. She's determined to cross her arms, though. It's a little hard with her wrist cast, but You know what I miss? You know what I miss about being home? Zoe asks with another deep exhale. Her back shimmies against her couch, her awfully cheap couch, the one that she's missed so badly. I miss. Okay, don't laugh. The groove in these cushions. They're practically shaped to my ass now. The bed at the hospital and the wheelchair were so flat. Rumi laughs under her breath at that. She comes up behind Zoe, a wooden spoon in her hand, still coated with the dakjuk she'd been stirring in the stove, to remark, "Well, feel free to stay here as long as you'd like." Okay, so it's the same apartment. They are like at the apartment. Makes sense. Makes sense. Feel free to stay there as long as. Oh wait, maybe not. Wait, no, wait. Feel free to stay there as long as you like. Okay, she means the couch. Okay. Well, feel free to stay there as long as you'd like. I can bring dinner over to you when it's ready. So, are they at Zoe's place? Okay. You don't have Zoe strains, but Rumi's already hot and making her way back to the stove to tend to it. and Zoe loosens a small sigh. Well, would have loosened a small sigh. She sucks a key breath when Mira seems to materialize by her side. Derpy, who had been napping on the other side of the couch, eyes Mira with a small glare. So I'm guessing they're at Zoe's. Okay. Do you want me to get you more pillows? Mira asks. Her face is impassive, but Zoe can hear the urgency in her voice, so ready to get her anything she could ever ask for, even if Zoe wanted her to drop down and start doing sit ups, which Zoe is unfortunately tried asking. A blanket? Are you cold? Do you want me to order a heated blanket? I know your heater's on, but the doctor said, I'm fine, Zoe insists, and she has to bite down on the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. Go help my dad. I'm sure he needs more help with the stupid smarty washing machine you bought for him in the basement. They're so funny. That we bought for you. Mira eyes. Using we card and buy it first was certainly a choice. Is over. But Zoe tries not to think too hard about it, so she doesn't spend another night over analyzing their every move, and she snorts. She specifically remembers her dad being the one to ask about a new washing machine, but sure. Yeah, okay. She juts out her leg to kick Mira gently in the thigh. Go. I don't trust him to work it by himself. Of course, Mira says with a sage nod. She pivots, then pauses to ask over her shoulder, but you have your phone, right? I have my ringer on in case you need. She has me up here, Rumi says, a little irritable. Well, irritable, but not bitingly so. Zoe finds it. If she needs help, I can take care of it. I was just making sure, Mira replies with a roll of her eyes. And like with Rumi, it's not done so bitingly. She still has the option if you're too occupied. She waves her hand at the stove. Rumi scoffs and pivots on her heel. She waves her wooden spoon at Mira. What does that mean? It means that I highly doubt that the pot you're cooking with is going to make it through the night. Mira succinctly, and Zoe bites down on her bottom lip hard to keep from giggling out loud. Rumi makes an offended noise in the back of her throat, but Mira forges on. Anyway, I'll be back. I won't be long, Zumi. Her feet rock towards Zoe, as if she intends to bump her shoulder or press a kiss to Zoe's forehead if the glance at Zoe was anything to swear by. But she ultimately seems to blink away the thought as she walks down to the entrance of the basement while scratching her neck. Zoe watches her leave with her lips pressed together to keep from smiling. Rumi turns up the radio by the stove. It's playing her dad's favorite station, with an oldie classic filling the room. Zoe's soul. The sound of smooth jazz and Rumi's humming helps Zoe relax further into the couch with a sigh. She flips on her TV, but her brain feels too melted to be invested in what's playing. Downstairs, she can hear her dad and Mira talking about the pipes. It's only been 2 days since her homecoming, and Zoe has never been happier to be in her crappy rented house. The old cat vomit stains on the carpet and the whir of the dying heater are far more welcoming than the white walls of her hospital room and the nauseating yellows of the neuro ward and the inpatient rehab program. Being home feels great. But being home with her dad and two of her friends wasn't what she was expecting. Girl, me neither. So, like, yes, sure, they were there with her every single hour of the day while she recovered at the hospital and took her first steps in the rehab center. Sure, they promised never to leave her side every single time they helped her walk outside the courtyard to watch the sunset before dinner. She just wasn't expecting them to actually mean this. Because, well, frankly, don't they have anything better to do? Don't get her wrong. She loves having them around at her house. It's just a slightly confusing predicament to be in. Well, more than slightly, especially since one of them is working on a new washing machine downstairs, and her other friend is quite literally making her dinner. It's just not the kind of situation she expected to be in. But she guesses that she wasn't banking on the idea of getting into a car accident in the rain on her birthday either. Hmm. It's just a little strange, she supposes, to have two of the richest women in Korea, the world, to ask if they could move in with her for a couple of weeks to take care of her. Her dad didn't seem too ecstatic at the idea when they bowed and asked him until they offered to replace both the old air fryer and TV on day one. And suddenly he was their biggest fan. The rice cooker that her dad bought with them from Korea over a decade ago was the thing he told them to leave untouched. And Zoe didn't have a problem with it either. Living with them for a few weeks meant constant sleepovers and fun with her best friends, didn't it? Best friends! Her only concern lay in having two possessive Velcro dogs be exposed to one another in small rooms for hours. They didn't exactly have the best track record when it came to attempting peaceful coexistence. In fact, the last time they did, they accidentally hate finger blasted each other or something like that. She told them she didn't need to know anything beyond what they said because she might go a little crazy. But anyway, sue her for being a little wary. But they were civil for her entire stay at the hospital. Ginu corroborated that they never fought over the 3 weeks she was in a coma, at least not any fights as painful as they had been. And Zoe doesn't remember any bad vibes from them when she stayed another 2 weeks to recover. They bickered for 5 weeks. Oof, oof, that's a long time. They bickered a lot, but it never spiraled. They worked together when it came to forcing Zoe back to bed. They gave Zoe space whenever she asked for it during her more painful days. They never pushed, not with each other, nor with Zoe, and it felt, God, would she be crazy for calling it refreshing? For saying it was about time? That maybe it kind of sucks that it took a car accident and a half for them to get here. But hey, silver linings? Like, if she had to get into a car accident and slip into a medically induced coma, at least there was something good that came out of it. Especially since she has to retake some of her classes next semester instead. And Ginu almost went bald. I love that we got the phrase went bald in the thick. And Ginu almost went bald trying to keep her socials updated about her accident without giving too many deets about her life. Silver linings are the best kinds of linings, and she would prefer to look on the brighter side of things instead of thinking too hard about her spotty memory, or the fact that her wrist still hurts too much to play the guitar, or that her ribs still hurt if she breathes in too deeply, and her head hurts all the time, and sometimes she feels like bursting into tears for no reason, and she can't. Zoe? Zoe whips her head over to Rumi, who has her head tilted in silent question. Zoe tries her hand at giving Rumi a small, sheepish smile. Hmm? Rumi turns right click. I asked if you wanted me to bring a bowl over to you on the couch or if you wanted to eat at the table. She repeats. There's no judgment in her words. Uh, Zoe looks over at the empty dining room table in her small kitchen and winces. One of the downsides of having more people in the house is realizing just how small everything is. Her table fit her and her dad just fine, but now, here's fine. The three of you can eat together at the table, she says offhandedly. I'm too tired to get up. Rumi opens her mouth in surprise, but Mira beats her to the punch. Rumi's not eating dinner with us today. Zoe feels Mira's shadow looming over her as she draws. She has something tonight. Rumi's face scrunches up in confusion. I do? Yeah, you do, Mira says, not unkindly, And you're gonna run late if you don't haul ass in the next 10 minutes. Rumi seems to think about that for a few seconds before the realization slaps her straight across the face. She pivots around quickly to finish transferring dakjuk to another bowl as she blabbers, right, right, thanks. I'll be back in 2 hours. I'll eat whatever you guys have left over, or I'll order something. Eat as much as you want. You don't need to. Zoe looks at Mira for an answer. Mira just crosses her arms and shrugs. Neither of them seem too concerned about it, so Zoe lets it go. After all, Rumi probably has a buttload of meetings and shit to get through, even if she promised Zoe that she was taking it easy. Rumi brings a steaming bowl over to the end table next to Zoe's arm. Zoe thanks her with a wide smile, but Rumi brushes it off with a wave and a light blush on the cheeks. She's pretty. You're pretty, Zoe tells her honestly. Rumi ducks her head and coughs hard into her fist. She mumbles something akin to thank you under her breath before she shuffles away out of the living room. Mira barks out a laugh before she also coughs into her fist when Zoe shoots her a mild look. She squints. Where's where's not dead, Mira says matter of factly. She fixes herself a bowl by the counter as she calls out over her shoulder. He's just playing with the app the washing machine came with. Your dad's a little particular with the Finnish psycho music tones. Zoe snorts. She crosses her legs on the couch and places the bowl on her lap, then says, guess you know where my ringtone tendencies come from. Mira huffs through her nose in amusement. She joins Zoe on the couch a moment. Guys, I miss Zoe so much. Like, oh my God. Anyways, Mira huffs through her nose in amusement. She joins Zoe on the couch a moment later, and the cushions dip with her weight. What are we watching? She asks mildly. Dunno, Zoe answers. She waves her spoon at the TV. I think it's a shark documentary about female sharks in the Atlantic. I just saw shark teeth in the thumbnail and clicked. Sick, Mira hums, her long legs swinging upwards to rest on the coffee table. Mira, Zoe whines. I don't want your stinky feet smell on my table. Stinky feet smell on my table. Mira instantly retracts her legs. Sorry, habit, she quickly says, and Zoe tries not to smile as she eats a spoonful of Rumi's food. It's like breaking in a cat. The dakjuk isn't hot enough to burn her as she eats, and the warmth as it goes down is pleasant. It's tasty. She can't wait to show them what it tastes like on waffles when Rumi gets back from her whatever thingy. Having Rumi cook, whoa, thank you, Nat. Having Rumi cook for them made her a little wary, but who wouldn't be? Rich girls don't usually have a great track record in doing common people tasks like cooking or helping dads set up washing machines. It's a pleasant surprise. Her dad doesn't come up to eat with them. Zoe figures that he's still lost in there the wonderful woes of modern technology and their 50 apps for household appliances. He must be in awe to finally replace their ancient washing machine with something that costs just as much as their house. Zoe certainly is, and she still owes both Rumi and Mira a few beatings with her pillow for somehow finding ways to spoil her. The shark documentary they're watching engages them more than they want to admit. Rumi bids them goodbye about 10 minutes in, but Zoe's too enraptured by the sharks on her new flat screen TV to notice Rumi sneaking away. They stay glued to their seats until it finishes 50 minutes later, and Mira's already snatching her bowl to take it away for her. Zoe won't give up without a fight this time, though. She whines and hits Mira's back with the side of her fist over and over to get her to let go of the dirty dishes. But Mira doesn't do anything besides laugh under her breath. As they cross to the connected kitchen, Zoe even tries to jump on Mira's back, but her efforts are in vain, and Mira wraps her lithe arm around Zoe's waist to keep her from falling flat on her ass. Mira makes it to the Mira makes it to the sink before Zoe can snatch away the bowls. Defeated, Zoe presses her cheek against Mira's shoulder while Mira rinses their dishes and puts them away on the rack. This happened yesterday, too. She really thought she could have done something to prevent it this time. Unfortunately for her, Mira and Rumi seem more than motivated to find ways to make her life easier, to an annoyingly good degree. Mira wipes her hands on a dishcloth as she muses, "Do you want me to carry you to bed?" Zoe unsticks her cheek from Mira's shoulder to squint at her. "What?" "Well, it looks like you're getting comfy," Mira teases. She hangs the dishcloth back on the handle of the oven door. "If you're getting that sleepy." "I'm fine," Zoe says with a groan. "It's just been a long day." She bites back a yawn. Mira presses her lips together to keep from smiling. "Don't," Zoe says flatly. "I didn't say anything." "You're looking at me like you want to." "But I didn't say anything, so." "You didn't have to." "But I didn't." Zoe grabs the dishcloth and hits Mira's side with it. Once, then twice, until Mira's laughing and trying to bat her away. They're both failing in what they want to achieve. Zoe's laughing too much to hit her accurately, and Mira's giggles prevent her from batting away Zoe's successful strikes. Zoe's assault only stops when she trips on nothing, as she often does nowadays, and falls right into Mira's chest. I love a good old fall into someone's chest trope. But Mira's still laughing, and Zoe can feel the shakes of her laughter against her jaw. She can feel Mira gently tugging the dishcloth away from her hands to place back on the counter, and she can feel how tightly Mira holds on to her, like she's afraid that Zoe might fall and break her head. But she would never, ever allow such a thing to happen. A protector, always, even when Zoe doesn't need one. Zoe pushes herself off of Mira to pout at her. Falling against Mira is almost routine to them now, from the day she had to walk through parallel bars to now, when dishes and rich girls have turned into a problem. Vertigo is her new normal, but Mira and Rumi are always there to catch her. The thought sours something in her. She hates that Mira can sense her change in mood so easily. Well, hate is a strong word. Dislike is too. It's more like she wishes Mira knew her a little less well. Sometimes it feels like Mira has known her their entire lives. It's an interesting feeling. So, question. Does Zoe learn does Zoe learn that Mira knows about their past and has been hiding it this entire time in this chapter? Because I wouldn't be surprised. This is a 28K chapter. So I wouldn't be surprised if Zoe learns this chapter. Gotta read to find out. Listening to this while playing Minecraft is so therapeutic. I'm glad you think so. Subtle foreshadowing. Subtle. I think Jaime looks at the word subtle and is like, subtlety is for cowards. There's nothing subtle about this. Subtle? Hello, LMAO. Subtle. Okay. You okay? Mira murmurs. She's no longer laughing, and her hand stays on Zoe's waist like she's expecting Zoe to fall over. Zoe appreciates it as much as it makes her feel a little helpless. "I was just teasing," Mira continues in the face of her silence. She frowns at Zoe. "I mean, if you wanted me to carry you, I would, but I didn't mean." "I know," Zoe says quickly. "It feels nice being taken care of for once, but sometimes it doesn't feel good to be handled like glass. Sometimes, like now, being constantly off balance grates on her. It's no one's fault, and that's what makes it so grating." "What happened?" Mira asks her. Then she clamps her mouth shut and retries. "What are you feeling?" Zoe appreciates the redirect. Explaining what happened wouldn't be as succinct and easy as telling Mira how she feels. Emotional surges are common with people in her position, Dr. Han had said. She hopes that they stop soon. She knows they will. She wants them to stop, so they should. Let me do the dishes tomorrow, Zoe mumbles. Mira nods her head once. Sure. Mira, thankfully, knows when to press and when not to. Both of her girls do now, her girls. And Zoe stops to think about what she wants to say. Her hands fall on Mira's waistband, her eyes tracing choo choo trains and teddy bears, and she carefully explains, I don't know, I just got home like a couple days ago, but I wish I wasn't so. She makes a noise in the back of her throat. You know, Mira frowns. She rests her hip against the counter and tilts her head to regard Zoe with a gentle, admonishing look. I hope you don't mean something like useless. Rumi already told you. I know, Zoe says with a small laugh. She mirrors Mira's tilted head. I just hate that I don't have the energy for things anymore. It comes off like a question. She's not sure it's what she means either. It's hard to articulate her thoughts nowadays, but she's sure that it'll come back to her eventually. It's what the doctor said, and it's what Rumi and Mira promised her. They would be the last people to break a promise to her. Mira's hands slide over her arms. Her cold fingers make Zoe shiver. And it's nice, really, to feel as if she dunked her head under cold water to shake her from her thoughts. Then Mira squeezes both of her hands, assures her, like she always does, you do have the energy. Mira insists. She squeezes gently. Look at you. You were trying to fight me on washing the dishes 10 minutes ago, and you're still standing. That's more energy than anyone else could have after what you went through. I know, Zoe groans, thumping her forehead against Mira's shoulder. She can feel Mira chuckling. I don't know what I'm even saying anymore. I guess 2 weeks of doing nothing is getting to me. I miss streaming or making music or doing something that isn't playing on my Switch in bed every day. God, she's so real. She looks up at Mira and wrinkles her nose. God, I can't believe I just said that. Can you believe I said that? Past me would have thought this was heaven. Mira laughs as she smooths down the back of Zoe's shirt. If you want to stream, I'm not going to stop you, she says softly. Just probably not right now. Your dad's going to kill us if he hears you screaming at night. At least it isn't the other kind of screaming. Sorry. Girl. Zoe retorts. Mira gently knees her in the thigh, and it only makes Zoe laugh. Then Mira taps the bottom of her chin twice, then tells her, see, you're still you. You're just bored. There's nothing wrong with that. If streaming or making music again helps, it's not like I'd stop you. So he snorts. Mira makes a face. What? Notice how you said I and not we? Zoe jokes weakly. Mira's face scrunches up for a moment until the implication hits, and she laughs under her breath. She pushes up and remarks, I wasn't wrong. I wouldn't stop you. If you need help hiding it from Rumi, you know I'd help. That's when Mira and Rumi diverge in the way they show their care for Zoe. Where Rumi overworries and stresses about Zoe's health above all else, Mira likes to look at her happiness too. It's not that Rumi doesn't want her to be happy, it's just that Mira believes in having fun as a form of medicine. Rumi likes to check that Zoe's done her daily PT stretches. Mira likes to make fun of her for not being able to stretch that far, while still helping guide her to stretch safer. Mira's mostly untroubled attitude helps Zoe breathe easier when things get too rough. She appreciates it. Sometimes it reminds her of being a child again, carefree about the responsibilities that lie ahead, fun above all else. Though Mira can still be a little excessive sometimes, giving her pillows and checking in on her every 10 minutes to see if she wants water. I'll try doing a short stream tomorrow, Zoe says, almost to herself. She stares at the kitchen ceiling, right at the burn mark that she left the last time she tried to make mac and cheese in high school. Then maybe I'll open up another DAW and try remixing my old tracks. Then, dance with me? Mira asks. Then I can dance after that, Zoe finishes, nodding her head in finality. Then Mira's actual question catches up to her, and she glances at Mira in surprise. Wait, right now? Mira exhales through her nose in amusement, then nods her head. You don't have to. I just thought it would be something you'd like. Why is that? Zoe asks suspicious. Zoe always found an excuse to make Mira dance with her. TikTok dances or waltzes. It never mattered as long as she got to watch Mira's dancing in all its glory. She was almost always the admirer or follower, though. Never really the one to hold her hands or experience it with her. I'm just remembering Jaime's tweets about like the Strawpage answers of being like, oh, Zoe's definitely making them do TikTok dances. Wait, Mira squeezes her hands. Her elegant fingers trace Zoe's wrist as she prods Zoe to put her hand onto Mira's shoulder. Do you trust me enough to let me tell you why after? She asks, kind and willing to step away if Zoe ever needed it. But Zoe just steps closer. It's not even a question to consider. You still remember I have two left feet, right? Zoe jokes. Mira shakes her head. I've seen people with worse left feet, she muses. Zoe tilts her head. Really? Like who? Mira coughs into her fist. Anyway, that's not how I remember it with you, she says, raising a perfect eyebrow. You were the one to teach me how to break dance. Everyone in Burbank knows how to break dance, Zoe blurts out. The lie slips out of her mouth too easily, and she has to keep from giggling when Mira nods her head like it's the most obvious conclusion in the world. Give yourself more credit. You're a great dancer, Mira tells her. And something in the sincere way she says it melts the last of Zoe's jokes away on her tongue. Mira's hand slips over Zoe's waist. You can feel it in someone's body, whether they move because they have to or because they want to. Huh? Zoe says, because it's honestly the only thing she could say without giving away how nervous she feels with Mira's cold fingers playing on her skin. Chuckling, Mira gently pulls her away from the counter and farther out into open space. You move because you like to, Mira explains, her sharp eyes never leaving Zoe's. Old people at charity balls and stuffy ass rich people mingling on dance floors, you can tell they dance because they have to. Expectation over expression, I guess. She huffs in exasperation, but then her eyes soften when she catches Zoe staring at her. It's what makes you a great dancer. It's what makes you a great dancer, you mean? Zoe points out, smirking. Never would have guessed they put you in ballet classes with how distinct your dancing is. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm not making sense, but I think you get it. Mira laughs. It's a deep, wonderful laugh. The radio fades out into silence, then transitions into another song. Zoe recognizes the deep bass and the piano. Her dad singing, wise men say, under his breath when she was a child working on her homework at the table comes to mind instantly. A soothing song paired with smooth, soothing hands on hers. Oh, my ballet teacher hated me for that, she deadpans. She pulls Zoe in closer by the waist until they're nearly flush. Taught me taught me the importance of breaking the rules, though. Why keep your shoulders down all the time when you can do more? It's why I like watching you dance, Zoom. It's refreshing. You never told me that, Zoe says with a giggle. She's growing a little warm at the sudden compliment. Warm. I'm telling you now, Mira replies, shrugging. How much do you remember from what I taught you about waltzing? Uh, Zoe sticks her tongue out and looks up at the ceiling to think. 3 counts? Box step? Good girl. Mira praises, and Zoe straightens the fuck up with a small squeak. Oh my god, guys. Um Oof. Shot. Okay. I was on like Instagram yesterday, just like going through like Instagram reels, and I came across the reel of a person like doing some kind of POV thing, and they were like calling you good girl and stuff, and I was like, wait, what is happening? Why is this person calling me good girl on my Instagram reels? I'm like, so I just remembered that. Sorry. I'm like, um, your algorithm logged the. My algorithm is calling me the fuck out. What people pleaser doesn't want to be told they're good? We all got 3 kings confirmed. Yeah. Real. Okay. I'll do that again. Good girl. Mira praises, and Zoe straightens the fuck up with a small squeak. Mira pauses for a moment, eyes fixated on a spot over. Song's perfect for a waltz. Dance with me? Well, actually, the song is in 12/8. Zoe babbles. It's what she's good. It's not really 3/4 like waltzes usually are. Zoomy. What? Zoe complains. You can't expect me not to correct you about the music. I literally have a degree. Kinda, almost. Will you dance with me or not? Mira asks. Despite the curl of her lip and the happy way that Mira is looking at her, Zoe can hear the light strain and the way that it's cute. You're cute, Zoe tells her, and she huffs out a laugh when Mira makes a face. You are. And obviously say no to a request like that. Would she be to deny mellifluous hands on her body and the way Mira looks at her like an amaranth flower from a floating garden? Sorry, what does mellifluous like? I can guess from context. I just want to know. This is like my weekly vocab session. Ooh, sweet or musical, pleasant to hear. Sweet tone, dulcet, honeyed, mellow, soft. Interesting to use that adjective for hands. Interesting. Zoe would dance with her forever if she could. Sometimes she hates that time can be so fleeting. These kinds of moments are the reasons she wishes she were so convinced that she could freeze time with sheer will. She's not as great a dancer as Mira says she is, and not nearly as good as Mira herself. Her steps are clumsy, and she almost steps on Mira's toes more than once. She gets a little dizzy when Mira spins her, slowly and carefully in a way that a waltzy twirl almost never is, but she laughs. She laughs even when Mira presses Zoe's back against her hip and mumbles about where her feet should be and to float, not bounce. The susurrus sound. Jaime, I hate you. What? Susurrus? What? The susurration. Ooh, these are good words though. Like, oh my god. Whispering, murmuring, or rustling. Okay. The susurrus sound of Mira's instructions almost lulls Zoe straight to sleep. She could fall asleep right here, and she trusts that Mira would scoop her up and bring her to her warm and comfortable bed. But Mira notices how fast she's beginning to lull, and in the truest Mira fashion, wakes her right back up by squeezing her arms and asking, "Do you remember how to do the polka?" Zoe startles awake with a sharp inhale. You never taught me how to do that. Mira arches an eyebrow. The twitch in her mouth gives away how amused she is, and Zoe is giddy all over again. Well, do you want me to? Are you kidding? Zoe says in awe. Duh! Mira fiddles with the radio until they find an upbeat song. Zoe helps her by shaking her head when they land on a song with the wrong time signature. They need fast and bouncy, something that a 3/4 count can't do for them. Well, it can if they tried. Knowing the two of them, they change it as a challenge. They take it as a challenge someday. The pop song they settle on is nowhere near what a polka should sound like, but like they always tend to, they improvise. Imagination has always been strong between the two of them. It's a quick triple step and a hop, Zoe comes to find out. A one for the three and four, and Mira makes her say it out loud as they dance. One and two and three. Mira, Zoe huffs. She huffs again, breathless and hard, until she's practically laughing. Dude, slow down. I can't. But she's laughing. She's laughing hard as Mira spins them around the kitchen, twirling and twirling like they're on a teacup ride. But she can tell Mira is still holding back, that she hesitates to spin Zoe and holds her closer than necessary just in case. Zoe takes it as a challenge, naturally. She spins them around just as fast. Her hops are just as playful and skippy, and Mira's grinning at her so madly that Zoe feels like she is the king of the hill. They don't care about what song is playing anymore. Mira's more focused on throwing out all of the dances that she knows, foxtrots and rumbas and mazurkas and quick steps and everything in between. Zoe tries her best to keep up. Mira doesn't seem to care at all that they're just fooling around more than they are actually doing the dances. Zoe doesn't care either. She just cares about how exhilarating it all feels. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. It feels so much like rolling down the hill and letting the wind in her hair goad the laughter out of her. Zoe feels like she could do this forever. At least she wishes she could. It's getting harder and harder to breathe from all the. But for once, she doesn't mind the squeezed ribs. Wait! Zoe wheezes. She slaps Mira's arm over and over, not hard, but enough to make a point. Mira freezes almost instantly. She's holding Zoe close to her body, an arm snug around Zoe's waist, and her brown eyes squint into Zoe's with equal parts joy and worry. You okay? Mira asks her gently. Just. Zoe laughs, breathless as it is, and presses her forehead against Mira's. She can hardly catch her breath. It feels like sucking in air through the straw of a juice box, but Mira's eyes on hers make it a little bit easier. Mira reaches up to her face. Her knuckles brush against a stray strand of Zoe's hair. She doesn't tuck it away, but she pushes it out of Zoe's face. Crash is haunting me again. um, to look at her better, or because she just wanted a reason to touch her? Zoe can't tell, nor does she care. Mira is allowed to do whatever she wants after the gift of making her feel happy and light again. I told you, Mira murmurs. Told me what? Zoe asks between her pants. It's almost unfair how unfazed Mira seems to be. Then again, Mira dances a lot in her free time. 20 minutes of dancing in a cramped kitchen must feel like a warm up to her. I told you that you had a lot of energy, Mira tells her firmly. Her cold knuckles brush against her cheekbone until they fall away. Zoe nearly snatches her wrist to put them back on her face. Look at you, she continues, the awe in her words straightening the straw in Zoe's chest, and Zoe somehow seems to breathe easier. I don't know why you were so worried about slowing down when you've always been so you. Zoe giggles at the stumbling, awkward delivery of her words. Mira's never been the best at handing out compliments. It's sincere, at least, and wholly Mira. And it's the first time that Zoe realizes that they're flushed together, hip bone on hip bone, and rising chests almost crushed together. Mira's body still feels cold despite their warm activities. It feels like having her own personal cooler, an ice pack against her worries. Zoe blurts out, "What's your favorite kind of dance?" She cringes inwards. Her and her blabbermouth when she has nothing else to say. But Mira takes it in stride. It's something she's always done, and Zoe wishes she could tell her how much she appreciates it. To dance myself or to watch? Mira asks. Zoe shrugs. Either. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mira takes a moment to think. She doesn't let go of Zoe's waist or pull away from her while she does. Not even when she answers. Pas de deux is a classic. Flamenco is fun. Sinkil is nice to watch when you're front row, even more fun when you're part of it. Zoe tilts her head. What's that? Mira exhales through her nose in amusement. She was expecting the question, it seems, and Zoe smiles at her sheepishly. Mira rubs her thumb over a strip of Zoe's bare skin by her waistband as a way to say, "Don't ever be sorry." It's a bamboo dance. Watched a couple performances with my brother when we had business in Mindanao, Mira explains, lightly rolling her eyes. He didn't like it, but I don't think he likes anything. Kept asking me what was happening as if he wouldn't know if he just paid attention. Zoe laughs at the thought of it. What was it about? She asks. Then, at the quirk of Mira's lips, she quickly adds, Hey, I can ask that because I wasn't there. Let me take you to one sometime, Mira tells her sincerely, and she forges on before Zoe can scold her. It's a royal dance about a princess who meets a prince who protects her and shows her out of the forest. Had a dance company show me how to step through the bamboo poles when I asked about it the first time I saw it. It's sick. We should try it together. Prince Mira and Princess Zoe, you say? Water break for me. Oh my god. Mm. Zoe considers it. Wouldn't it hurt if you missed a step and like got chopped by a bamboo? You think I'd let you? Mira asks. She sounds like she's teasing, but Zoe knows that the answer is no. Never. Like the prince, you'd protect me. Mm-hmm. No, Zoe admits quietly. She puts her fingertips on Mira's collarbone. Oh my god, the Zomira is Zomira. I'm eating this up. And she hears Mira let out the smallest, shakiest wail. If Mira still had her necklace, Zoe would have tugged on it. For what reason, she doesn't know. Her head is still fuzzy. She doesn't even know what she's doing now. Her eyes glance up to the corner of Mira's forehead. Her scar, the only imperfection on such a flawless, beautiful face. At least that's what everyone else would say. Zoe thinks the jagged red line across her eyebrow makes her look even more beautiful. Girl same. She wishes she could touch it. She wishes she could feel like she was good enough to. You wouldn't, Zoe finishes. Zoe watches Mira visibly swallow. The light strain of her neck is hypnotizing. She wonders how she's allowed to see Mira. She's allowed to see Mira this close up, to hold her like this, and to touch her skin like repeating, like she's something tangible rather than such a gorgeous painting. People would kill to be where she is right now, next to Kang Mira, a woman sculpted from the most beautiful, kindest clay. Zoe can't fathom how lucky she is to have her this close. She looks up at Mira, who's already watching her with eyes so gorgeously shrewd and Zoe doesn't know what perceptive. Zoe doesn't know what to say to her other than to thank her, but she doesn't have the chance to because she hears her dad hobbling up the steps from the basement and hacking up a nasty dad cough. Mira jumps so far away from her that Zoe nearly laughs. She reminds her so much of a cat. Her dad comes into the kitchen yawning and scratching his lower back. He stops to look at them for a moment, eyes darting between a harried Mira and Zoe, who meekly waves at her dad in greeting. Grunting, her dad said, Thank you for helping with the washing machine, Mila. Mira, Zoe corrects. Should I make dinner? He asks them in lieu of an apology. Mira silently shakes her head. Zoe helps her out by saying, Rumi made food. We left some out for you. She points at the pot just a couple feet away. He shuffles closer to check the inside of the pot. He hums in satisfaction when he sees it, then turns to eye Mira. Mira immediately stiffens, and Zoe bites down on her tongue to keep from laughing. I'm going to sleep after I eat, he warns, glancing between them both. No more stomping. I heard stomping from the basement. You two remind me of children. We'll get there! We'll get there! Zoe winces, just as much as she bites down harder on her tongue to not giggle. Her shoulders are shaking, though, as she answers, Sorry. She doesn't really mean it. Well, keep it down. Sorry, Mira mumbles, keeping her eyes down to the floor like a scolded child. Zoe watches her make 2 micro movements into bowing before she remembers what Zoe told her about not needing to under their roof, and Mira straightens back up. Straightens up way too much. Zoe snorts into her fist. He waves at them dismissively. And put your medication somewhere else. And your friends, he says seriously. I almost took it. I don't care if they look similar. That's because they're. Zoe starts with a small eye roll. Just move yours, he finishes. She can feel Mira staring at her. It doesn't take long for Mira to ask, Your meds? Just some Advil, Zoe lies. She doesn't need them to worry about her. She tilts her head in thought, then her eyebrows shoot up. Wait, whose meds? Her dad grunts under his breath impatiently. It sounds suspiciously like a bah. And then he makes his way upstairs to use the bathroom without another word. Sorry, my mind is like trying to do multiple things at once. Neither of them say anything or dare to breathe until his foot stomps disappear after the click of the bathroom door. And then they're giggling, laughing, and slapping each other's shoulders and arms as they try to keep each other quiet, to no avail. It's childish, Zoe will admit. It's childish, and she loves every moment of it. Mm, hmm, 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 hmm. I'm wondering if they're ADHD meds, but like, I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I'm like, hmm. The next part is POV. I'm excited. I love how words make us go wild. Wait, what happened? Imperfection, and it literally just makes her hotter. No, like literally. I get what they mean. I get that she's a model and she needs to have like a clean face or whatever. I don't care. She looks hot. Warm, subtle. Antidepressant or ADHD meds. Yeah, like, yeah. I mean, if she's hiding it, they're probably antidepressants. Um, they know she has ADHD, so that wouldn't be surprising. Yeah. I don't know. I'm like, This is the spot where I had to stop reading and go to work. Oh my god! Locket! Hi! Hi, bestie! Locket! RIP, RIP Mira's, Mira still doesn't have her locket on, which is sad. It will come back to that. The seeds. Hi. I hope you're doing well. I came back and she was staring at me. Loki joined on the wrong account, but I wanted to watch. You can join on either account. Pop, lock, and drop it. Pop, lock, and drop it. I'm in the gym right now. Hell yeah. Oh my god. I love listening to like audio drama or like reading like when I'm at the gym. I was well, the last time I was doing that, I was listening to Shipworm, which might not be the best thing to listen to while you're at the gym, but it was good. Also, it was good actually. Actually, it was a good thing to listen to because my heart was like, what is happening? What is happening? The lock has got more bullets in them. I know it. Oh, they definitely do. They definitely do. Last I was in the gym, I was listening to Epic. Real, real. What is a gym worm? What is a gym worn? What is a gym? I don't know what that means. Okay, I'll fill up my cup and then I'll get on with this. I want to listen to Epic eventually. I just get confused about the like the order of things because there's like multiple albums, right? There's multiple albums and there's also like there are also like animatics on YouTube where it's just a whole musical. Should I just do that? I don't know. I don't know. I get confused. They have it in order on YouTube. Okay. Should I do the animatics? Because I keep seeing the animatics. I feel like that would make sense. I mean, I know the story. I know I read the Odyssey. That's one way to get your heart. Oh yes. Oh yes. No, when I was first listening to it and tweeting about it, that was me listening to it at the gym. And I'm like listening to like this corporation kill all these people, and I'm like, whoa, this man having the worst day of his life. It definitely lends a hand, but yeah, but you don't have to. It's so beautiful, honestly. I was stressing listening to it. I told you what to expect. I told you what to expect, and you were going crazy in my tweet replies. Wait, who's killing what? This is another audio drama. This is like a feature length audio drama called Shitworm. It's on Spotify if you want to like check it out. But it is like a thriller. It's a thriller, and it's like about this guy who gets this chip inserted in his brain that is like untraceable, and through this chip this woman starts talking to him, like this woman called the conductor, the conductor, right? Yeah, starts talking to him, like telling him to do all of these bad things in order to like save humanity or whatever. I can DM it to you if I remember. Oh, yes, I do plan on dropping some more covers. Oh, yes, we are just getting started with the 36 questions covers. I'm gonna drop some covers. Nyx will drop some more covers. It's gonna be fun. Right now, I'm working on our duet, which is like that was the first thing that we like started working on. It's just taking a long time because there's a lot of parts to it, and it's a behemoth of a track to edit. A duet. Yeah, you'll get your Rumira duet. It's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be so fun. If you're familiar with 36 questions, you can probably guess. Well, there's a couple duets in 36 questions. A Rumira duet. Yeah. That track right now is like 6.5 minutes with all the speaking parts. Like, oh god, I'm so excited for that because you start listening to it, and the first thing you hear is like the first thing that they say to each other, the things that they say to each other, it's like, okay, reality was for the tears. This one is for like having more like silly, goofy times. Like there's still like some angst there, like sprinkled in. It's like, okay, they're like going through it, but also it's more fun. It's more fun. Oh my god, hi Crash. Are you the woman you are? Hi Crash. My radiator went off a few like 10 minutes ago or like 20. So I was like, Crash is haunting me. Tell me how to get rid of you, and I will. Tell me how to get rid of you, and I will. Okay, I need to get on with it. I need to get on with this. Mira sighs as she crosses her arms over her chest and tilts her chin up to the ceiling. She doesn't have to look back down to know that her mother is frowning at her. She can already feel their gaze on her. Dear, I need you to stop slouching, her mother chides gently. Well, gentle to other people, maybe. Mira can pick out the sharp glass and the inflections of her words. Are you understanding anything we're saying to you? Mira sighs again. Yes, I am. Sorry, what is the young Mira voice? Yes, I am. Mira, Mira, her father's gravelly voice warns. Against her will, Mira's shoulders stiffen. Don't have time for this right now. Mira bites down on the tip of her tongue. It stings, but it's better than blurting something out that'll get her in trouble and facing the wall for another 3 hours as punishment, like she already had right before they left for school. Mira lowers her chin to look at them. Her parents are watching her with those matching, disapproving looks on their faces, and Mira wishes she could fiddle with the door and run away. But she heard their chauffeur turn on the child safety locks the moment she sat down, and her parents definitely have faster reflexes than she does. Maybe when she's older, maybe when she's not a clumsy 8-year old, she can finally stand her ground and show them that she isn't someone to mess with. Wouldn't that be the dream? Her father thrums his fingers on his thigh and looks out the window. He looks visibly stressed, and Mira feels a little proud to be part of the cause, just as much as she wishes she could bow her head and apologize. Her pride won't let her, though. The three of them know that. Mira, we need you to promise that you'll be good, he reiterates, eyes still on the road. His thrumming fingers are a sharp contrast to the way her mother sits stock still next to him. And not just good, to be great. You will have so many eyes on you the moment that you get to that god awful school. The curl of his upper lip and the shake of his head give away his abhorrent disgust. Her father has never hidden the fact that he didn't like the idea of his daughter attending a public elementary school. Ugh. But it was either this or trying again next year to enter a private academy, and the Kongs have never been the type to be patient. In fact, Mira had a hagwon waiting for her by the morning of her fourth birthday. Let me look up what that means. Mm, hagwon, for-profit private educational institution. I see. That's fourth birthday. Attending a public elementary school was just a stroke of bad luck. Like her elementary from last year was shutting down from a like her academy from last year shutting down from a scandal with the principal, and oddly enough, nothing that she did for once. We're just worried about you, her mother tries to allay. She reaches over to place a hand on Mira's knee, but then they hit a bump in the road, and her mother quickly retracts her hand before Mira can feel her touch. Clearing her throat, she continues, children can be unpredictable. We're only looking out for your well being. Mira bites down harder on her tongue. She knows that it really translates to the well being of our family's image. Even at 8 years old, Kang Mira knows that she is only a lesser sum of her parts. Her name means nothing without her family's name. She is nothing without her family. She is no one without a family, even if this family clearly seems to dislike her. But why? She wants to ask them. Why are you making me go to this school? Why can't I stay home and be with you? Why do you always look at me like that? Why do you never act like you want me around? But she never gets to ask. It always comes off too angry or too screamy, and her parents have always reprimanded her for throwing tantrums when all she wanted was an answer from them. So for once, Mira chooses to bow her head to them. There is no use in fighting, especially when she knows from the landscape that her new school and prison is approaching. As much as she would like to get the last word, it would be next to impossible to avoid punishment for it. She's much too tired to deal with that right now. I'll be good, Mira mumbles under her breath. She keeps her arms crossed over her chest, and her mother frowns at her in clear disapproval. Good, her father snips. He leans forward in his seat, and the leather crinkling under his weight, and he stares right down at her, not with a sneer, but almost. It takes all of Mira's energy not to cower at his inscrutable look. Do you remember what we told you to do? Mira's mouth feels dry. She swallows, and she repeats what he asked of her from memory. Have good manners. Don't pick up habits from classmates who don't know better. My behavior reflects on the family. And he presses. She sighs irritably. She can't help it. Pick my associates carefully. Her father nods in satisfaction, and he says nothing more. She didn't understand what that meant at first. She asked Minho, but he only laughed in her face and told her to figure it out herself, which she did eventually, after taking a closer look at the circle of friends her brother kept around in his middle school. All of his friends were kids whose parents would shake her family's hand every time they saw each other. Picking her friends must mean picking the ones who are most useful to her family. That's easy enough. She just has to look out for the kids she recognizes from being forced to go to balls and meetings. No one else warrants more than a glance. That's easy to do, and it's surely something that will help into the good graces of her family. After your first day of school, her father starts, his eyes still glued to the window. Your mother and I won't be here to drop you off. You can take care of yourself. Of course she can. Mira doesn't really take offense to that. She's more surprised that they chose to come with her for the first day of classes. They must have been in a good mood. The front gate approaches, bright and splattered in old, colorful chalk, and Mira can't help but smile a little to herself. Then her eyes shift over to her parents, and her smile fades. Her father has that same disgusted look on his face from their talk before. Her mother is tight lipped, but the disapproval is clear in the way she holds up her chin. It hits her after that. They came along not for her comfort, but to scope out the threat of her new school. The spiteful part of her can't help but blurt out, the schoolyard looks pretty. Her father, I still haven't figured out the voice anyway. Her father says nothing. Her mother only says, clipped in tone, Yes, you'll have a wonderful time here, dear. Mira schools her face as best as she can to keep from preening at their open revulsion. Her chauffeur slows down near the drop-off lane. Her parents give her a small dismissive wave as the car stops, similar to the hand motion they make to dismiss their attendants during dinner. Her chauffeur is kind enough to wave at her in the side mirror and to wish her a great first day at school. And then she's on her own, as always. Mira doesn't mind the exercise of independence, though. How else would she have learned to be the person that she is now? She joins the flow of the other children. Her father taught her to be perceptive of her surroundings at all times, and Mira realizes very quickly that the people around her have already established their hierarchies. Most of the children that walk towards the school building are joined in pairs or trios, laughing and chattering excitedly amongst themselves about what they missed over the summer or what they can't wait to do in their new grade. A teacher waves at her and smiles. Mira mumbles a polite greeting, and she hurries her pace. Something about being out here alone with kids who ramble happily on with each other doesn't sit right with her. She's not usually this affected when it comes to being alone, like she often is at forced family gatherings or parties. But today, she is. It must be the new school year nerves. It must be her parents' nerves rubbing off on her, too. Who knows what happens in a public school? But so far, Mira adheres to the typical routine that she used to have at her old academy, changing out her shoes at the cubbies, walking down the hallway towards her classroom, and peering into the large windows of other classrooms, reading her teacher. The only difference is that Her classmates are more rambunctious, and the hallways are more colorful. That and most of her classmates are being led by a parent or two, mothers mostly, who whisper things like, "Your name isn't Heon. Your name isn't Heon. You can read your own name tag, can't you?" In a way that sounds light rather than the sharp glass she's used to. The first the first day of classes started like this. Oh my god. The first like this last year too. And just like last year, her parents aren't there. Mira tries to keep down the bile. 8. Practically an independent girl. There's no reason for her to cry like she did in kindergarten about it. She doesn't want to be scolded again. Instead, Mira puts her hands under her thighs to keep them warm and stares at the walls while the rest of her classmates find their assigned seats. The walls at the school are brighter than her last. It's a nice change. Her parents most certainly wouldn't agree. Her mother, in particular, had gone through a whole phase about making sure that every floor and wall at their house was a different shade of white or gray and nothing else, for the sake of mental clarity, blah, blah, blah. Lunchtime isn't as stressful as she thought it would be. She gets a few stares when she brings out her shiny new lunchbox, but she holds her chin high as she eats, just as her mother taught her to dissuade anyone from approaching her about it. If they want to openly gawk at her food instead of talk to her, then that means they aren't people that she should be associating with. Then the digital chime of the intercom tells them that it's time for a break, and Mira can't stand staying in her stuffy classroom longer than she has to. The schoolyard isn't even as big as her old school's. It looks much older, too. But the sheer number of children playing tag, soccer, and yelling at each other about chalk makes it hard to notice very well. She notices, though. It's practically ingrained in her to notice when things are subpar. She also notices how clumsy everyone seems to be. The group of girls playing jump rope near the brick wall practically stumble on the rope every 5 seconds. The boys playing zombie tag keep tripping on the grass. The monkey bars are ripe with children who don't know how to use their center of gravity. If anything, Mira just feels bad for them. They don't have the guidance that she did. It makes it makes them bad to associate with. This sounds like someone like brainwashed. And like she is, she kind of is, but like it really sounds like that. Mira sighs under her breath as she looks around the yard. It's not like she's out of options on how to spend the last 15 minutes of her recess. If anything, she has the pick of the litter. She doubts that anyone would deny her of playing jump rope or zombie tag, even though the thought of playing with boys makes her skin crawl. And she can always mold her associates from the ground up. It's just that all of her options seem boring. None of them entice her the way that they should. It was like that at her old school, too. She promised to write back to her old friends so that they could keep having slumber parties at her house and spend time together. And yes, she enjoyed the time that she spent with her private academy friends, but they're all just so boring. What would it take for her to find someone less boring? Does she have to pick a game to play every day random game to play every day like she did back then just for the sake of her family? Will that help? Will they finally love her if she found some stupid boy on the monkey bars with aspirations to become a big doctor to hang out with? Mira stops in her tracks. There's a big Zelvoka tree further out in the courtyard. The cluster of schoolmates has thinned out there, and the shouts from the play structures sound farther away. It feels more peaceful here. Well, it would be peaceful if the girls sitting under the shade of the tree weren't so loud. There's one girl in particular, bob cut, with a bright blue headband that seems to pop out from the sheen of her black hair. She stands out with how much she's bouncing on her butt, even though she stays cross legged, and because something about her just seems to pull Mira in. And she stands out because everyone else is looking at her as she rips out stickers from her small notebook and speaks animatedly about a show that Mira's brain can't catch up fast enough to determine, which is saying something, considering her tutors have praised her over and over again for her ability to translate her language of the month. Translate her language of the month on the spot. Language of the month is crazy. And what show is this from, Zoe? One of the other girls asks, jabbing her finger into the sticker book. SpongeBob! Zoe cries out happily. My mom bought me a lot of SpongeBob stickers because I told her that I really, really liked SpongeBob. The girls snort under their breaths. Zoe doesn't seem to notice or care. Do you want to see my Ben 10 stickers? Or my Puka stickers? I have a lot. Oh my god, this is taking me back. Oh my god, Ben 10 and Puka? Are you kidding me? Really? I can't, I need to distinguish these voices on my. Really? Another girl says, her voice high. The other girls giggle, and they hit each other to hush. Don't you think that's for babies? Not really, Zoe replies without missing a beat. They aren't on the babies channel when I watch during dinner time, and I think they're cool. You think it's cool? Yet another girl asks. So cool! Zoe's eyes are shining with joy. She beams at the people gathered around her, and she doesn't seem to notice the subtle glances that the other girls are throwing at each other, and the way that their lips curl inside their mouths like they're trying to hold back a laugh. They're making fun of her. Oh, my ADHD baby. It's obvious. It would take an idiot not to know that these girls are making fun of her. But either Zoe doesn't seem to realize or care because she continues on about her rant about why she likes Puka and Garu together, like she thinks that it's an actual topic that the girls around her are genuinely interested in. I am feeling called out. I am feeling called out. Oh god. This is just me like in my regular life now. I'll just be like, "Hey, have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters?" Okay. Well, she thinks that it's an actual topic that the girls around her are interested in. Well, one girl is. Mira likes the topic. She's been dying to talk to someone else about the Love Soup episode from Puma. She didn't think anyone else watched the episode last night because it was on so late. Mira's shadow melds with the shade of the tree as she approaches, and a few of the girls turn their heads to look at her. Their sarcastic smiles begin to fade when they notice the look on her face. It's not like Mira is trying to look scary. She isn't even trying to do anything other than walk up to hear this Zoe girl better. She just knows that her mother has accused her of giving the stink eye when she hadn't really meant to, and that her father has snapped at her for looking too bored at parties. Let my girl have RBF. Let my girl have RBF. Oh my god. Wait. Okay. A few of the girls are in her class. They lean over to whisper to each other when they see her, but no one is brave enough to catch her eye for longer than a second. They might be children, but their parents talk. Mira knows for a fact that their parents have told them about her because it had happened at her old school. Their parents must have told them to stay away from the likes of the Kangs, the family who seems as untouchable as gilded gold to labored hands. I like Puka too, Mira says casually. It would have been a little funny watching the other girls scramble to bob their heads and agree with her if it didn't put a bitter taste in her mouth. The vindictive side of her is still happy about it, though. The power hungry side of her, the one innate to being a Kang, even as young as she is still very happy about it. Zoe gasps, comically loud. Really? Who's your favorite character? Oh, I can guess. Do you like Abio? You look like an Abio person because I'm an Abio person. You think I'd like Abio because you like Abio? Mira asks. The other girls giggle. They're assuming that because Mira is joking with this girl that she's on their side. She gives a sideways glance to one of the girls, the little ringleader from what she can tell, and they clamp their mouths shut. Once again, she didn't even need to look a certain way. Zoe bobs her head up and down with a smile. Yeah! Why? Mira challenges. She's not even sure why she's engaging in this conversation. I just told you, Zoe says patiently. Mira tilts her head. Well, just because you like Abio doesn't mean that everyone else has to like him. I know that, Mira replies, still as patiently. She puts her sticker book down on her lap to give Mira a closer look. I said that I think you would like him, not everyone. But why? Because I said so. That's not a real answer. Yes, it is. Why would you think that's a real answer? Zoe pulls a face. Mira has to bite her cheek to keep from giggling. She hasn't giggled in a long time. But wait. How come you like asking a lot of questions? Can I not ask a lot of questions? No. Why not? Mira asks, a little too gleefully. Zoe hits the back of her head against the tree trunk behind her. She lets out a long groan, and Mira can't help but laugh and laugh at the noise she makes. Her chest feels like it's inside the tumbler of the cotton candy vendor her parents hired for her birthday. That's such a cute description! Oh my god! Light and fluffy and sweet. Well, the sweetness comes from that toothy grin this girl is giving her, crooked with a gap in the upper row. The other girls around her shuffle awkwardly in their seats. Mira knows from all the times she's been forced to eat with her parents' clients that she's just making it awkward for them, but she hardly cares. She really doesn't care, in fact, since she doesn't like them. People who like to bully girls like Zoe aren't people that she wants to associate with. It doesn't take much to dismiss the other girls around them. Just a glance of her eye and a quick flick of her hand, the same gesture that she's seen her parents do to the attendants, and the other girls scramble. Some of them even dip their heads to her. It makes her feel powerful in the icky kind of way. But Zoe's easy smile brings her back in. Her toothy smile isn't like anything that she's seen before. It reaches her eyes. She likes how it makes Zoe's eyes crinkle like that, like her small face can hardly take the weight of all her happiness. Mira has never met another person like this before. And sure, their conversation only lasts for the 10 minutes that are left for recess, but Mira thinks that it's just 10 minutes that she got to spend all day. Not even getting praised for how well she speaks English during class tops making Zoe squeal with joy during conversation about their favorite animals. Mira picks at the grass next to her thigh while wait. Wait. Okay. Mira picks at the grass next to her thigh while they talk and bicker and laugh. She's never had someone this easy to talk to before. Never. She can hear the distinct chime of the bell and the call of the teachers. Zoe clamps her mouth shut in the middle of her rant about why she thinks hawksbill turtles or hawbill turtles are the best kinds of turtles. Okay, I'm so chill. Zoe shoots up to her feet, and Mira follows suit. Zoe beams at her happily, but the curve of her lips tells Mira that she's hiding something else from her. What? Sorry. What? Mira asks suspiciously. She wipes at her cheek. Minho never tells her something on her face when they're out in public. Then Zoe takes her hand and she pulls them away from the rushing crowd towards the school building. Zoe feels something close to, I don't want to go back to class. Do you? Of course she doesn't. She would rather be with Zoe. Of course I don't. Great! Zoe chirps. They don't go very far. Zoe just shows her a hole in the fence and helps her crawl through. and they make it to a small meadow where their even smaller bodies are hidden from the guards and the teachers. Mira can hear the teachers hollering for them on the other side of the fence, but she doesn't really care. The thrum in her chest is enough to keep her alive. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought that the fence had somehow transferred its electricity to her, but the fence is shoddy and broken. And the school clearly doesn't have the funds to sustain any sort of electricity to it. The electricity in her veins is just hers. The fingertips that press against Zoe's as they hold hands and giggle while walking in the grass are hers and hers alone. Mira has never felt a thrill like this before. It's the most alive she's ever felt. Mira's not sure how long they spend in the meadow. It's long enough that they're both sweating as they talk and help each other bat away twigs and grass, but no one's come to collect them just yet. So Mira thinks that it's all okay. The back of her mind tells her that her parents will be angry with her when they find out about this. That older, more mature part of her warns her to head back inside and to tell her new acquaintance that they need to go before she becomes a bad influence on her smaller acquaintance. But as Zoe laughs and spins her around among the itchy grass and under the beat of the hot sun, Mira bats all her whispering thoughts away. So what if her parents get angry at her? When have they when have they never been angry with her? At least this time, they'll have a real reason to be angry, and Mira will feel justified. Then they start to hear more commotion on the other side of the fence. A guard and Mira's panicked teacher from the sounds of it. Their time is almost up. Mira doesn't regret the little slice of sanctuary they gave themselves. But Zoe stands there in front of her, smiling in that odd way. Hold out your hand, Zoe says, a twinge of giggly amusement in her words. Mira raises her eyebrows. Why would I do that? Don't you trust me? Zoe whines. She does, but Zoe doesn't have to know that. I don't even know your name. Why would I let you have my hands? She lies, as she enjoys the pout that comes to Zoe's face. Please, Zoe begs. I'll tell you my name after. Zoe must think of her as stupid if she didn't pick up on the context clues from the other kids. But then again, what does she expect from someone who seems to be a grade lower than her? She remembers when she was that dumb and naive as a kid. Girl, you're 8! Maybe she can help Zoe not be like that with her guidance. Maybe, Mira muses. Zoe sticks out one of her hands. The other stays firmly behind her back. Choi Zoe, she says happily, flashing her another toothy grin. I'm 7. Mira wants to tell her, you don't need to tell me that. I can already tell from how childish you are. But that would probably make Zoe stop smiling. For some stupid, unfathomable, mystifying, recondite, I know what it means now, and other big words her tutor taught her reason, Mira doesn't want to upset her or to stop her from smiling, more like. Mira takes her hand. It's warm, and Zoe grips it and shakes it up and down with an enthusiasm that Mira hasn't felt from other handshakes before. Her father's friends always shook her hand with a lazy grip. Mira quite likes the change in spunk. Sucking in a deep breath, Mira retracts her hand and braces her gut. Kang Mira, she replies. Simple as that. Mira waits for the stuttering or the exclamation of, wow, my parents told me a lot about you, or anything close. She's met a few kids from her old school who used to beg her to be friends with them because their parents had asked them to be. She's met other kids who steered clear of her, but not before declaring, my mom told me that your dad is a bad person and that means you must be too, so we can't be friends. She doesn't know what she expected which with Choi Zoe, really. But it certainly wasn't a big smile and a blithe, you have a really pretty name. Mira blinks. That's certainly not something someone has told her before, but she likes it. Thank you. I'll bring the bricks before Cactus can bring them. Um, uh, Zoe mentions that in the present time as well, like the pretty name. Like Kangmira sounds like she mentions that in the present time as well. In one of the older chapters, I'm not gonna remember which chapter exactly it was, but ooh, okay. Zoe bobs her head up and down in acknowledgement, her lips still pressed into that happy smile. Can you give me your hand now? Mira doesn't want to get Zoe in trouble by bickering with her for any longer, so she obediently sticks her hand out. Zoe turns Mira's hand until her palm faces the sun, and she tickles Mira's wrist until she opens up her fingers. Then Zoe places something in her palm. It tickles, yeah. When Zoe retracts her hand, Mira finds what it is, a small little ladybug. Huh, Mira hadn't even noticed that Zoe caught it. Now we're friends, Zoe tells her. The smile on her face and the look in her eyes tell Mira that she means every word of it and that she sees it as mere fact. Mira wants to answer, "Of course we are. What would we be? What would we be if not friends?" But Zoe beats her to the punch and blurts out, "Are you coming back to school tomorrow?" Mira wants to make up an intricate lie that she can't because she's secretly an agent for the government who's hiding an alien under the school. But the shouts of her teacher are getting closer, and she knows that she only has enough time left to tell Zoe that she enjoyed every second they spent together. And though she's usually good with her words, her mouth isn't working. Do you know what that parallels? Do you know what that parallels? That parallels Rumi's voice failing her, which is ironic. Wee! Wee! Oh god. Great. Yeah, duh, Mira says nonchalantly. And Zoe's big smile tells her that she takes no offense to her blasé tone. The first person she's ever met who didn't care. I can see you again under the tree. Zoe beams. The freckles across her nose stretch along with the force of her smile, and it makes something odd flutter in Mira's stomach. What an odd feeling. It feels like having a frog leap around inside her. Oh god, they're so cute. They're so cute. Oh my god. Oh god, they're in love. They're already in love. Oh, well, Mira is. No, they're in love. They're in love already. Oh god. Promise? Zoe asks. Mira sticks out her pinky. Neither of them have to say anything to know what it means when Zoe hooks her pinky with hers. No child would ever dare to break a pinky promise, after all. That would just be ridiculous. Right before she turns around and leaves, Zoe happily remarks, "Has anyone ever told you that you look really pretty in pink?" I'm throwing up. I'm throwing up. I'm throwing up. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Mira wrinkles her nose. Where did that thought come from? She's never met someone who could say so many things and pick them out from nowhere. I don't like pink that much. The pink frilly dresses that her parents always make her wear never make her feel good. They never feel like her. Zoe just shakes her head with a giggle. She points to Mira's widow's peak. Not clothes, she explains patiently. I think you would look really good if you had pink hair. Like Usagi Small Lady Serenity from Sailor Moon. That's cute reference, cute reference. Oh, Mira likes Sailor Moon too. Selfishly, she wants to ask Zoe if she could come over to her house to watch it with her. She holds her tongue. All she says is, maybe. And Zoe smiles. She quite likes that smile. She really likes making Zoe smile. I need to get back to watching Sailor Moon. I need to hit my friend up and be like, "Hey, do you want to watch Sailor Moon together?" I like got like halfway through season 2 and stopped. I need to get back to my Sailor Moon grind. It's just long. It's just really long. But yeah, that's really cute. I'm throwing up. I feel like this was mentioned. Was this mentioned that was it mentioned that she got pink hair because of her? Because I'm like, I saw that and I'm like, yes, I'm throwing up, but also this feels familiar. I don't know if it was mentioned. I don't know. No one breaks a pinky promise. They pinky promise to call to make sure Zoe got home safe. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Sam. The fact that pink hair was Zoe's idea. Hey guys, remember when Zoe asked Mira why she dyed her hair pink and yeah, okay, so I wasn't just making that up in my brain. So that was mentioned before. Okay. Thank you, Cactus. Thank you, Cactus. Not the pinky promise. Because that's why Zoe doesn't recognize her. Yeah. Just wait for my dog. Oh, I'm really excited for the dog. I'm really excited for the dog. Right now, I don't really have any other long polytrix fic that I'm planning to read on live because it's like I don't have as much time and it does take a lot of energy for me. I had so much more energy in the summer, so I was reading more, doing more lives. But yeah, right now the long fix that I have that I'm reading on live is GTC and Two's Company and The Art of Spoiling Pretty Girls when that comes out. Um so yeah. Is Ivy here? Is Ivy here? Okay. Let me check out the YouTube comments. So Mira's pink color confluence. All roads lead to Zoe, guys. Zoe is the center of the fic. Zoe is the center of the fic. Do you know when Two's Company is gonna post again? I don't. But Toss was talking about it. She was talking about how like good the how good the new chapter was, but also that she's kind of like having some writer's block right now. So I'm like, whenever she comes up with it. Okay, I'm gonna see what you guys were talking about. Already get it together. I never. Never. The people yearn for bottom Mira. No, like literally. Toss. Hi, Emily. Hey, Artie, I have something for you again at the end of this chapter. Hell fucking yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Give it to me. Give it to me. Okay. Okay. The next part is Zoe POV. Okay. Also, there's some like coding in this chapter, right? For the Club Penguin sequence. I'm so excited to see that if that is happening. Okay. I won't hype myself up too much. Toss has some more. Toss is like literally in school. Like everyone, like the fic authors have shit to do, so I don't blame anyone for like not having the same, I don't know, like not having the same grind as they did back in the summer, you know? Cal, you terrify us. I mean, let's not forget about Demo. Guys, Demo's new like Coraline backstory fic. So peak. So peak. Okay, anyways, I'm back. Zoe wiggles her pencil between her fingertips. She really doesn't remember where she learned how to balance and spin a pencil between her fingers like this. Okay. She only has the faintest memory of learning it at school and of spending days afterwards trying to replicate it in her tiny bedroom in Seoul. Squinting at her monitor, Zoe blinks furiously to keep her eyes from becoming too dry. There aren't a lot of things in this world that she can say that she hates, but she can say with the utmost confidence that she hates looking at paperwork. This is a callback to like the first ever the first like sentences of this fic, because the first sentences of this fic was like Zoe can say that there are like two things in the world that she hates: 8 a.m. classes and something else, something else, something else, something else. Sorry, the way that you're calling back to the first freaking sentence of the fic, crazy work. Um, as she leans forward in her chair to squint at the tiny font, she spins a pencil on one hand as she reads, and she pets Derpy on her other. Derpy purrs in satisfaction, and his rumbles help her keep her mind on track. Most of her professors have already sent her their well wishes after the school forwarded her medical slip to them. Two of them even offered to slash her finals so that she could pass the class anyway. One of them, however, insists that she can't pass the class unless she writes the final tomorrow, which she can't because she wasn't there for half of the damn semester. I hate this. I hate you, Professor. That's so frustrating. That's so damn frustrating. What the hell was he expecting her to do? To cram 6 units in a single day? Hell no! Zoe would rather cough up the money to retake his class, and that's saying something and a half. She sighs irritably under her breath as she types up a reply to the email. Trying to be as professional as she can be is a little tough when it still feels like someone kicked her in the back of the head, but the first draft of her email turns out fine, she thinks. She can send it later tonight after her stream. Zoe swivels around on her chair and groans out loud. Mira, who's been sitting cross legged on her bed nearby, glances up over her glasses. Smirking, she adds, "What? Tired of what's his face already? That's probably a new record." "I'd rather be doing anything else than dealing with stupid emails," Zoe groans. She smacks the back of her head against her chair, and it rocks backwards with her weight. She squeaks as she tries to right herself, and Mira laughs under her breath. Zoe shoots her a nasty look. I was going to say that I'd rather be building those with you, but I guess not. Mira guffaws. She puts down the half built arm that she was snapping into place, then wags a finger in Zoe's direction. Her blocky glasses make her look dorkier than she already does. Her gunpla glasses, according to her. Gunpla mention. So Zoe only grins as Mira accuses, "Hey, if you wanted to come build a kit with me, I said I wasn't going to stop you. You're just putting unnecessary stress on yourself." Zoe pouts as she twirls her chair from side to side as she retorts, "Dude, if I put off answering these emails for school, I'll forget about them after I lose myself in the sauce, and then the emails never get answers, and then I get kicked out of school. Is that what you want?" Mira snorts. "You'd ever let that happen to you." Next to Mira, with her head curled on a stack of Zoe's pillows, which has already sparked many a pillow princess joke in the past hour, Rumi laughs under her breath. "I mean, she's right," she admits, putting her phone down on her chest to look at Zoe. "You can let us handle him if the emails bother you that much." "Happen to letting me be independent," Zoe grumbles. Mira points out, "We let you do the dishes the other day." More like Zoe had to wrestle them back down onto her couch so that she could get up and do them first, which was crazy considering that they were her guests. She honestly doesn't know why they didn't fight her harder on it. All they did was stare at her when she pinned them both to the carpet with her knees. They really need to stop acting like she's made of glass. "Just let me lock in for this one," Zoe insists. Mira shrugs. "Up to you, but just so you know, I'm almost done with this kit." She raises a gunpla in her hand to prove it. Zoe leans forward to squint at it, then groans as she slumps back against her chair. "At least it's just a high grade," Zoe cries out. "If you built a master grade without me—" "Is a master grade better than a high grade?" Rumi asks in confusion. "What do you think?" Mira drawls. "Let's do the She calls her. Okay. "Let's do the math now, Gonju." We got Gongju. We got Gongju back again. We got Gongju back again. What the fuck? Crazy work. Crazy work. Okay. Okay. Zoe whips her head around in surprise, but Rumi's face doesn't change. The fuck? The fuck? Zoe is me. Zoe is me. War is over. War is over, but Gongju? Crazy. Crazy work. Oh, I'm like literally shaking. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm like I'm like literally so chill. I'm like the chillest I've ever been, y'all. Okay, back. The fuck? Do you think a master grade is going to be better than a high grade? Or Rumi kicks her lightly in the thigh. Mira snickers as Rumi complains, I was just asking. A stupid one, if you ask me, Mira says matter of factly. Rumi wrinkles her nose and sits up. Like you never had any stupid questions? No, Mira says, never. Not even that time you asked me how to turn on the stove? Rumi challenges. I don't know what you're talking about. Mira answers, chin held high. Rumi opens her mouth to retort, but Zoe claps her hands and exclaims, Okay. They turn to look at her. Zoe rubs her hands on her lap as she continues happily. Okay, I'm almost done with my emails, and I did promise the gay people in my PC that I would stream in about 15 minutes. So if you guys don't want to be in the all right, Rumi says with a laugh. Rumi stretches. This is literally like me. I promised the gay people in my PC that I would be streaming. Rumi stretches her arms over her head with a small whine, and Zoe looks away before her mind travels elsewhere. Her brain may be a little foggy nowadays, but it's still crystal clear in the hormones department. Rumi swings her legs to plant her feet on the floor. Mira's still cleaning up the nub marks on an arm. Zoe thinks it's painfully adorable that she still has to squint, even with the thick glasses on. She doesn't comment for fear of having Mira straighten up. She's already made that mistake a couple of months ago. Rumi glances down at the scatter of parts, the manual, nippers, body parts, and stickers all over Zoe's bed. She frowns. Before Zoe can ask, Mira complains, What now? She doesn't even look up from what she's doing. Rumi clears her throat and shifts her weight from foot to foot. Are you sure you won't lose something under the blanket or something? Mira shrugs. She still doesn't look up. Well, you know how good I am at keeping track of important things. A pause. Zoe gnaws on the inside of her cheek nervously. She doesn't necessarily think that Mira meant it that way, but it reminds her a lot of the snarky comments that the two of them would make under their breaths whenever they played together. Even though she can feel that slightly nicer shift in the lilt of Mira's words, mostly she's just worried about what Rumi will think. Their little comments almost never end well. It always starts with a small spark, then the hiss of a fuse as they come forth until it explodes in all of their faces. In all of their faces. Zoe should intervene. She should. She doesn't want to argue 15 minutes before her first stream in a long time, and she really doesn't want them to mess with the vibes or for them to fight again. And what does that mean? Rumi asks, her frown still etched on her face. Rumi's asked that question a couple of times before, but she had always asked it so indignantly that even Zoe had gotten a little defensive, even when it hadn't been directed at her. She asks it a little differently this time. There's still that wrap of insecurity around her words, but it sounds more like an actual question than something accusatory, a wagging finger in the face, daring someone to bite. Mira finally glances up from her gunpla. She sets it gently on her lap, and she watches Rumi close. Zoe doesn't dare breathe. She kind of wishes she were standing behind the wallpaper rather than having to watch with tight shoulders. A part of her is still ready to intervene. But all Mira says is, I just meant that I know where I put things even when everything else is messy, I guess. Like my keys. Oh, Rumi only answers. Mira tilts her head. What did you think I meant? She asks curiously. Rumi blinks. Zoe expects her to say, oh, nothing, never mind, or something close to it. It's what she always answers with. Instead, she admits, I felt like you were telling me I was bad at it. What? No, I was just. Mira sits up, and Zoe looks back and forth between them like she's watching the world's most intense tennis match. I was thinking about my keys and the tiny stupid nubs in the box, not you. You're fine. Oh, Rumi says again, but this time her shoulders drop in relief. War is over. Zoe raises her eyebrows in pleasant surprise. That's that's good. I was just checking, I guess. I know. That's what we were told to do, dummy. Mira says with a roll of her eyes. But she's smiling. A good kind of smile. And Rumi smiles back. Mira clears her throat. Go. You have that phone meeting in. She glances at the clock in Zoe's room. An hour. I know. Wait. Why buy a calendar when you're here to remind me about the same stupid thing 5 times in a row? Rumi mutters under her breath, and Mira laughs gleefully. Fine, fine. I'll cook you two something for dinner while I'm on the phone. Any requests? Something on the umami site tonight? Zoe guesses out loud, staring up at the ceiling to think. Mira opens her mouth, but beats her by half a second with Japanese curry. Japanese curry? How'd you know that? Mira muses, her lips curling into a surprised little smile. Rumi shrugs, in the same way that Mira always does when she wants to pretend to be nonchalant. The twitch of Mira's eyebrow means that she caught it. Guess you need to start being less predictable. Like Zoe, she teases. Watch it. Mira warns playfully, eyes narrowing. At the same time, Zoe chirps, exactly. She gets up from Zoe's bed while Mira grumbles something incoherent under her breath. Zoe catches Rumi's eye as she crosses the room, and they giggle lightly under their breaths. Rumi waves at them. Have fun, you two. The situation finally catches up to Zoe's lagging brain with the click of the door. She turns to look at Mira in surprise. You're not leaving? Mira shrugs, sinking back against the pillows she was lying on a couple of seconds ago. I'm too comfy. Then she seems to think about it while she stares up at Zoe's popcorn ceiling. What do you want me to do? Because I can if you don't want me on your bed. I can clean up. Zoe vehemently shakes her head, and Mira smirks. You can stay, Zoe insists, leaning back in her chair. I just thought that you wouldn't want to, you know. She waves in the direction of her webcam, then back at Mira. Right? You're thinking of Rumi, Gobugi. Mira drawls, and Zoe's knees almost convulse at the pet name. I mean, it's not like I want to be seen, but it's whatever, I guess, if I do. Sorry, if she's gonna be in her stream, oh my god, we are moving fast. We are moving fast. Sorry, I'm just gonna grab. Yeah, here you are. Here you are. Ah! Okay, I'm back. Zoe glances at her camera, then back at Mira. You, you can't see my bed from where my camera is, she explains, snorting gently under her breath. I made sure of it so people wouldn't see my mountains of laundry on my off days, which is most days, but they didn't need to know that. Are you sure you'll be okay there? Crossing her legs while she snaps another piece into place, Mira casually says, Positive. Your chat won't know that I'm here. There's a part of Zoe that highly doubts that, but Mira already looks way too comfortable, and Zoe isn't planning on using up her energy to pull her out of there. She's lucky that Derpy's downstairs bothering them. Poor Mira would have had to deal with having a slightly fat but mostly fluffy cat trying to paw at all the parts for her new Gumpla. Zoe swivels her chair back to her monitor to focus on her last email, then swivels back to look at Mira. Mira looks up over her Mira looks up over her glasses. Oh my god. Glasses frames in surprise. What? Change your mind? Zoe shakes her head. She tilts it at the packaging that Mira put on the edge of her bed with the smaller parts of her kit. She points at it. That's an MG Victory to Assault Buster Gundam, Zoe says, a little accusatory. Mira looks baffled. Yeah? In titanium finish, Zoe points out. Mira keeps looking at her like she's actively sprouting a Gumpla head from her ear. That was something you could only get from. She does the math in her head. Like almost 4 years ago? Mira raises an eyebrow while she fiddles with her purple nippers on the pillow next to her. Okay. Which means you didn't buy that now, Zoe says patiently. And you're not the type to go through a reseller because resellers are for desperate people. Lowering her voice to sound like because reselling is for desperate people. Lowering her voice to sound like Mira makes her giggle. Mira rolls her eyes at her antics. Still have no idea what you're getting at, Zumi. Zoe gets up from her chair and marches over to pick up the box. Mira tries to snatch it away from her, but Zoe has enough practice keeping stuff away from Derpy to be faster than she is. She holds the box out of Mira's reach, inspects each corner of the cardboard. Mira whines, but Zoe's too focused on the softer shell of the box, the dust on top, and the crushed corners to really pay attention to her. Zoe gasps. She puts down the box to look at Mira, eyes wide with shock. Someone gave you this, she accuses. Or you went through a reseller. She shakes her head in feigned disappointment. Person, I didn't go through a reseller. Seems mortified. She snatches the box away from Zoe's grasp, and Zoe snickers under her breath. I just got it as a gift. Then Zoe finally notices the pink tinge on Mira's cheeks and the way she's avoiding Zoe's eyes. Zoe has seen this tactic before. She's hiding something, and not just something, more like someone. Oh my god, hi KJ. It's cute. She's never seen Mira look this shy before. Except for maybe when they almost except for maybe when they almost maybe not who the fuck is counting anymore at the door the first time they met. She doesn't count that for obvious reasons. Honestly, it's not that hard to guess who might have given her the gift. There's only a handful of people in this world who know that Mira is a big model kit nerd, and even though she loves Ginu with all her heart, she knows that man wouldn't be able to afford half a leg on an MG Gumpla. How many kits did how many kits did she get you? Did you ask for them? Did she buy them from a reseller or did she Oh my god, did she keep them? Zoe gushes, sitting down on the edge of her bed. Mira looks away, and Zoe enjoys watching her squirm, so pink in the face. Wait! Is that why there was a giant cardboard box that Derpy was sitting in a couple days ago? I thought you said that was for the new toaster. You think a company would ship a toaster in a box as big as you? Mira asks, her voice high-pitched in amusement and embarrassment. An incredible combination. I don't know. I've never ordered a toaster before, Zoe whines. She slaps her thigh to force herself back to the topic at hand. Did she give you a P Bandai Master Grade? Oh my god. P Bandai Master Grade ZGMF 1001 slash M Blaze Zaku Phantom? She sucks in a deep breath, head a little light. Reza Barrel Custom Zapped Mobile Suit? The one that you always wanted? Mira clears her throat. She's still pink in the face, and she looks quite pretty like this. Yeah. Me reading that, like, I totally know what I'm reading. Okay, I'm gonna turn this on because it's getting dark. Okay. That's really cute. Zoe wants to laugh at how squeaky she sounds. She starts to. She gasps and grips Mira's shoulders. You have to get her something too. You know that, don't you? She might think that you hate her if you don't. I don't think she'd. Mira starts hoarsely. What are you getting her? She's not into model kits, is she? Probably not. She had no idea how to hold the ship model that my dad handed her in the living room. Zoe rubs her chin as she thinks. How about I got her Lego, Mira tells her. Her voice is still weak, but Zoe's proud of her for getting it out anyway. Zoe raises her eyebrows. Rolling her eyes, Mira answers her silent question. She's never really built with Lego before, so I got her something simple. The Eiffel Tower one? Zoe jokes. Not really simple, but they don't exactly have a good track record when it comes to keeping things under the right budget. Thought about it, but it was too big, Mira says casually, and Zoe bites back a laugh. I got her the rose bouquet set as thanks. She can put them in her office at sunlight or whatever. That's really cute. The first thing she thinks is there's baby's breath in the set too. I didn't even get a chance to talk about how Zoe is the number one Rumira shipper, as she should be. Okay, what are y'all saying? Remember how Rumi would throw away all the flowers Mary used to give her? Okay. Also, should I just do the songs from Jaime's post person? Wait, what is happening? What is happening? What is KJ saying? What is KJ fucking saying? I hopped on TikTok to find an audio for no reason. Oh, sorry. Oh. KJ says nothing. You already said shit. What? Yeah, Sam. The flowers. Just wait till this backfires. Okay. Yeah, if you haven't listened to my reality cover, what are you doing? It's okay. You don't have to listen to it now, but it is there. Thank you for the free promo. I'm also going to turn on the lights because it is getting dark. Oh my god. It is getting dark at 4 p.m. I hate it. I hate it here. Oh my god. Okay. Aw, Mira, you really are a big softie, Zoe gushes. And Mira throws a pillow at her face to get her to stop. All it does is make her giggle. I got you one too, Mira says casually. That makes Zoe freeze. She laughs incredulously as she quickly asks, What? What do you mean? Why? What'd you get me? I'm not telling you what it is, Mira says, eyes crinkling at the corners in that childish, lovely way. I just wanted you to know that I got you one. What? Why? Mira shrugs. Just so you didn't think I forgot about you. I wouldn't think that, silly, Zoe says, nudging her knee against Mira's with a light burst of giggles. I know you wouldn't. Still, the relief that washes over her almost makes her feel guilty. She tries to rectify the weird pressure in her chest by blurting out, I mean, I'm not super into Lego. You should probably teach Rumi how to build it. I can build mine in the comfort of my man cave. Mira watches her warily, and Zoe darts her eyes away. Rumi can take care of herself. There's an instruction manual for a reason, she says matter of factly. I think we'd like it if you built yours with us, if you'd like. Nah, Zoe waves her hand away. You'll have more fun without me talking in your ear, and it'll take me forever to build it if I don't lock myself in my room for a couple hours. Mira frowns. Zoe. Zoe's eyes nearly bulge out of her head when she notices the time on her monitor. She curses under her breath and lunges for her setup, her incredibly nice setup, which she still can't believe is hers after vying for it since she was like 16. I have 15 minutes, she calls over her shoulder. Mira responds with a loud cackle. She's back to fiddling with the gunpla in her hands, the box tucked away by her hip in case Zoe tries to reach for it again. After streaming for so long, Zoe's routine feels like a breeze. Muscle memory has never been more useful, and her hands fly across her keyboard to turn on the right things and to flip the cover on her webcam before her brain can catch up. She makes sure to check her video 3 times so that her chat won't catch a whiff of pink and get on her ass about harboring a secret lover or having her name end up on true crime podcasts. Thankfully, Mira's tucked away in the corner. The sounds of her snapping parts into place and turning the model over to check for inconsistencies aren't picked up by the expensive microphone that Rumi got her. A fucking Newman. Zoe stretches her wrists and clears her throat. She can feel her heartbeat pounding wildly in her chest, despite the genuine wide smile on her face. It's been so long since she's gotten to sit right where she is. Having a semblance of normalcy feels like a breath of relief. Well, normalcy wouldn't be the right word. 1 million followers on Honmun meant that she had eyes on her. News of her hospitalization had spread farther in a day than her dad could handle, but Rumi and Mira had made sure to douse most of the fire before it got too big. Most of the people online had been kind, wishing her well and a speedy recovery. The other quarter of the internet left a bad taste in Zoe's mouth. Why would people tell her that she deserved that? What did she ever do to them? Did she deserve that? Zoe swallows back the thoughts with a gulp from her water bottle. It's important to keep hydrated as a streamer, especially with all her screaming and talking. Girl, you tell me. Her webcam blinks at her with a red light to let her know that people are watching her. 1,000 people at first, then 2,000, then 5, then 10, then 30,000. It's crazy. Her numbers are crazy. It continues to climb whenever she blinks. She's surprised that her computer hasn't frozen yet, but she supposes that she has Rumi and Mira to thank for that. It's a crazy kind of homecoming, but Mira coughs under her breath, a small sound that Zoe knows won't be picked up by her mic, and Zoe breathes a little easier. Something about having Mira in the room with her makes this feel a little less scary, and knowing that Rumi is just downstairs, tending to something on her phone while she tends to a pot of curry, makes it much, much easier to breathe. Hey, chat! I didn't like that voice. Hey, chat! Zoe chirps, clapping her hands together and giving them a good rub of anticipation. It's been a while. Okay, let's see who we got here. Let's see the oomps and the moots. Moosey. Oh my god, Zoe stream. Adrian Gray, yeah, that guy. We are so back? For real, for real? Frondeg. Zoe, my queen! Bevilia. Hi, Zoe. What are you playing today? Shawnee Wani. Zoe, where have you been, Loca? Where have you been, Loca? Bevilia. Bevilia. Hi, Zoe. What are you playing today? Um, Oh my god. Calier. Twin, where have you been? Jeep 6546. I know you were just in the hospital or something, but I'm on my hands and knees begging, please, please, Zoe, please play RDR2 again. I'm so normal, please. Replying to Calier. Happy chap. Well, for one thing, that is so good. Well, for one thing, coma. As roses fall. Oh, thank God you're streaming again. I was beginning to think you got in a car wreck or something. Oops. Poo poo lawyer pasta. Zoe! Okay, we love. I recognize all those names. Zoe giggles under her breath at all the reactions, the caps lock and sheer number of emojis that everyone is spamming her with. That everyone is spamming her with feel good. Really, really good. It's been so long that she's almost forgotten how happy streaming makes her. Making other people happy makes her happy. Aw, I miss you too. I haven't seen you guys in forever, she exclaims, folding her legs on her chair and holding her ankles together as she leans in to look at the chat. It's going so fast that it's starting to make her head spin, which is weird because even her fastest chats in the past have never made her feel half as dizzy. She blinks, then smiles at her monitor to try and dispel the dizziness. How are you, Chad? Why not graduate or give birth while I was gone? If any of you named your new baby Zoe, I want to know. The chat continues to scroll faster and faster. She doesn't even look at the viewer counter anymore. She is a little scared of it, if she's being honest. She claps her hands together, at least the best she can with one hand in a splint, and sticks her tongue out while she reads through a few more comments. A lot of them are just happy to see her, and she can extend the same sentiment to them. Probs won't play for too long because my dad will kill me if I don't get more R&R, she says with a breathless huff. Her dad, plus her two annoyingly overprotective friends, one of whom is still sitting quietly on her bed. Zoe tries her hardest not to turn around and see what she's doing. But I promised a stream, and a stream we get. But, she smiles sheepishly at her camera, scratching an itchy spot on her cheek. Zoe admits, I didn't really think this far ahead. I have no idea what to play today. Girl, she's half surprised that Mira hadn't snorted out loud at that. She can visualize Mira's smirk so clearly in her mind that she doesn't have to turn around to know what face Mira is making right now. It makes her smile to herself. Oh, definitely not Elden Ring, though, Zoe drawls, raising up her right hand to show them the splint. She points at it. This bad boy won't let me fight the tree sentinel to my highest potential. She squints at her chat. You're just making excuses so no one sees how bad you are at the game again. Nuh-uh! She clicks around on her monitor to look through her desktop icons. Rumi and Mira have practical game hoarding tendencies with how much storage she has left on her PC. She hasn't even used 5% of it. Her poor desktop looks like a graveyard of games she's 100%ed and hasn't deleted yet. She should probably get to spring cleaning soon. Hmm. She rubs her chin while she flicks through her row of games. It would be hilarious if her debut Moon after a couple of weeks was Valorant. She decides against it when she remembers the last time that she tried to play Valorant, with Mira pouting on the chair next to her while she watched, jealous because Zoe thought Fade's thing was cute. Well, she didn't say she was jealous, but Zoe knew. All of her games on her PlayStation are off the table. Not because she doesn't like the games on it, but because she changed her home screen to a selfie of the three of them at her dinner table after watching a tutorial on YouTube. If her chat found out that she set that as a background, they'd make fun of her to hell and back for crushing on not just one beautiful girl, but two in this economy. Oh, and they'd probably scream in surprise that Zoe knew Rurumi and Kangmira personally enough to take selfies with them. But tomato, tomato. She could play Hades. She remembers Rumi playing it on her Switch and liking it, though Rumi kept turning pink whenever Zoe pointed out that she kept staring at Aphrodite. She knows why. Zoe presses her lips together. Maybe she should keep that little nugget of information to herself so she can tease Rumi again tomorrow. There's also Rhythm Heaven. She loves Rhythm Heaven. She looks down at her hand holding her mouse. It's trembling a little, and she frowns. Her heart sinks, but she tries not to show too much of her disappointment on her face. Maybe not. Maybe when she gets better. She'll get better. You will. Zoe clears her throat. You know what would be really funny? If I just spent the next hour playing Club Penguin. She jokes. Ah, the joys of 2000s online games. The only real friends she ever had were the people she played Mancala with on Club Penguin. She remembers writing to her pen pal about it and sending her a printed picture of her blinged out penguin so her friend could try adding her. She never did, though. In fact, she never responded. But Zoe never really held it against her. She didn't even know if Club Penguin was a thing in Korea. Was it even accessible there? Or was it just an American thing? She should look that up. She mentally slaps her cheek. She's got to do that after the stream, not now. Besides, her chat is more interested in things like watching her speed run Getting Over It or sweat over Fortnite and dead Kalire 2 alt. If you don't play Club Penguin right now, bloody devotion, be a penguin. Oh god, LD. Oh no, oh kitchen knife. I can't see kitchen knife. Penguin, 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 penguin. M guacamoleo. Penguin emoji, penguin emoji, penguin emoji, penguin emoji. Miranda laughs, penguin emoji, penguin emoji. Rumi Strap, penguin emoji, penguin. Rumi Strap appearance. Let's go. Not jaywalking. Mamma mia. Oh, jeez. Zoe laughs under her breath. I was joking. Penguin emoji, penguin emoji. I love the account. I love reading chats. It's so fun. It fucks up my brain, but it's really, really fun. Is this polytrix? It is polytrix. Monogamy in this economy? Rumi Strap Cannon and GTC. Like, yeah. I was someone texted me that already, like saying that Rumi Strap made an appearance. Was it Crash? It was Crash or Moth. It was one of them. Anyway, but she's already typing Club Penguin into her browser. It's not like she's against the idea. It's an easy game she can play to kick back and relax while the coins roll in for her. A laid back game is exactly what she needs to dip her toes back into the streaming waters. This was the entire padded room from Discord. Well, yes. I was seeing that padded room. I was seeing that padded room. I love that she is like, oh, it's a laid back game. Knowing Zoe, it's not going to be a laid, and knowing Jaime, it's not going to be a laid back game. Jaime was going crazy in Jam's padded room, playing Club Penguin. It was so funny to watch that. Okay. She spends a couple minutes hemming and hawing between picking Club Penguin Legacy and Journey for the server. Her chat leads her to Journey, and she makes them promise to behave if they find her in the server she picks. Though her mouse hovers over the deep purple and pink, Zoe ends up choosing the teal for her penguin. She covers up her email and password for the stream as she hums under her breath, and just like that, that username is already in use? She exclaims. Who the hell? Why is someone parading around as me? The chat laughs at her when she pouts. She's starting to understand why Rumi gets so sulky when she sees people taking her usernames on the online games that they play now. Wow, fame really can hurt sometimes. Zoe settles on MR Zoezy on me. Cuteness overload. Cuteness overload. Oh my god. Yes. Imagine if she's an EA member. What was that an answer to? Okay. She tells her chat that it was just a key smash, nothing more, and we're gonna believe that. Nothing more and nothing less. But she can't help but grin and whoop when the game lets her load in with it. The wave of nostalgia that hits her when she sees penguins chatting, "Party at my Iggy," makes her smile. Her first course of action is to make her way to the pet store, and she whines the moment she realizes that she doesn't have enough coins to get a single one. Her chat tells her to play Pizzatron 3000 to grind for the coins. She waves it off. That game is too easy, she tells them offhandedly as she opens the map. You know what game I was goated at when I was 10? What was the game called? The one with the beans? Bean something? Bean flicking 3000? I do love me some bean flicking. Yep. This is literally just like Jaime self insert. She hears a snort from her bed. The noise is too quiet for the mic to pick up, but Zoe grins to herself. And Mira really thought she could keep quiet. Zoe wondered if she could also get Mira to make noises and girl, 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 chill, girl, chill. You said chill stream, girl. The whole thing is Jaime self insert. Well, yes. Zoe chill? Never. Zoe hard clicks on her mouth. Not mouth. Mouse. Is it hot in this room? She should probably open a window later. Hey, you know what? I'm already outside of the pizza parlor. Let's do Pizzatron. The music inside the pizza parlor brings back all the good memories. Sometimes she puts the ice fishing and pizza parlor music in the background whenever she needs to study for a test. Truly the epitome of gaming soundtracks. Club Penguin. And despite how great the soundtrack to Pizzatron 3000 is, Zoe cannot, unfortunately, lock in well enough. By the time she finishes playing through her second game, Zoe slams the back of her head against her chair and groans to the sky. Her back feels damp with sweat. Oh my god, she groans, the heels of her palms digging into her eye sockets. What the fuck was that? It was not that hard when I was a kid. What the hell? Why was there a mistake counter? Why did I need to put 5 seaweeds and 5 shrimps on the same pizza? Who needs 5 seaweeds and 5 shrimps on a hot sauce pizza? Dude. She refuses to try that again. Her chat is already laughing at her enough. That and she doesn't. This is literally just Jam's padded room. That and she doesn't want to bother Mira in case she's being too loud. She knows how annoying she can be with her screaming. But also, she means it. When the fuck did Club Penguin minigames get that hard? Is it age? Is she just rusty? Is it because she's just bad at everything now and no one thinks that she can do anything besides make a fool of herself? Hot in the neck, Zoe tries to rectify the situation by declaring, you know what? That's fine. I just logged on, so it's probably just old rust. You know which game I'll never rust in, though? Freaking Hydro Hopper. Watch this, chat. With her chat watching, Zoe goes to the dock and loads up Hydro Hopper. She gets knocked off of 35 seconds. Rust, she declares, even though she's getting visibly redder in the face. I'm an adult. I'm not failing at kid games. I'm just too good at the kids' games. It's Jetpack Adventure that finally brings back her groove. She sticks out her tongue while she navigates through the trees and picks up the coins, and she makes it through all 5 levels, losing only a single jetpack. There's a part of her that wants to try and collect all the stamps for the Penguin games, but probably that's something she should think about for a longer stream, and one where her hand isn't trembling on her mouse. No one can see how hard her arm is shaking on her desk, at least. And they certainly don't know how much she has to concentrate on clicking her mouse to direct her penguin. To them, she's just plain old Zoe, and Zoe wants to keep it that way. They don't need to know. Oh, my people-pleasing queen. Unts, 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 unts. She beatboxes under her breath at the DJ3K station. Her chat is sending a bunch of fire emojis, and it makes her laugh. At least her degree is worth something. Making fire music from an old Penguin game is exactly what a music production degree was meant for. Her phone lights up at the corner of her desk. Her chat can't see it, but she gives it a short glance to read the notification, in case her dad needs something from her, or if he wants her to turn down the screaming, or if Mira thinks she's being too Miyamura. Send the song you made on that game to me later. I know someone who can press it into a vinyl if you want. Crazy. She's insane. The offer makes her grin much wider. It's not an offer she's going to take willy-nilly, even if a part of her is incredibly tempted by the idea. And Mira probably, but it still makes her happy that Mira offered. She doesn't have to turn around to know that Mira's looking at her. She hopes that Mira knows the smile on her face is for her. After a brief complaint about the script from the in game theater not being in proper script format, you start with a slug line, then the dialogue. And the dialogue has to be centered, not left justified. Zoe, were you a. Yeah, I was a theater kid. Why'd you ask? Zoe makes her way to the pet shop. Listen, I read all kinds of scripts. You can have all kinds of scripts formatted in all kinds of ways. Sometimes they're to the left, sometimes they're left justified, sometimes they're centered. Like, girl, we don't we don't discriminate formats. Chat, are you ready to meet the best pet ever? Zoe says, rubbing her hands in anticipation. Well, second best. Second to Derpy, obviously. But like, you know what I mean. And hey, did you know that the scientific name for a puffle is Puffilus familiaris? It was revealed in Club Penguin magazine, issue number 29, when Gary the Gadget Guy. Oh, wait, where's the cat? Oh, she opens the catalog for the Puffles. The Puffle pets are smiling at her, but her eyes immediately gravitate to the corner. Zoe can't help but snort under her breath. Of course, the pink and purple Puffles are huddled up in the corner. What do you think, chat? Pink or purple? She asks them. You should never ask that. Never ask that. She can't exactly pull up a coin flipper right now, like she often does with decisions like this. Besides, her chat has no idea why she can't decide between the two in particular. It's a little inside joke for her and her only. Finn the lesbian. Oh, uh-oh. My aunt was calling me. Wait, let me text her. Uh Wait. Yayındayım. Mesaj bilir misin? Okay. Okay. Finn the lesbian. If it isn't purple, I might just KMS. Little couch potato. Pink! Pink is gay! Owls? Owlsbian? Owlsbian. Since your penguin is blue, it looks better with pink. Zambi underscore. Blue and purple is elite. What do you mean? Cryptic cactus. Pink and blue. Zoroner 420. Purple and blue. Boudet. Oh my god. Oh my god. Boudet Amelia. Bleu is French. Opinion invalid. Dober Jober. Pink is gayer. Zoe, please. The way you try. Purple is also gay. I think it's gay. Karma cosplay 13. Wait, why do you want a gay puffle? Not homophobic though. Hour is golden. Chat, there's literally a rainbow puffle. Zoe snorts at the reactions. She waves her mouse in front of the two puffles and slams her palm over her eyes. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. She stops her mouse and opens her eyes. It lands right on the left eye of the pink puffle. She tries not to smirk too hard. Zoe leans closer to her monitor to read out the description for the pink puffles. Pink puffles are active, cheery, love to jump rope and trampoline and exercise. Interesting. Sounds a bit like someone she knows. Cheery probably wouldn't describe her, but Mira hasn't stopped trying to convince her to do some light exercise at the gym with her for her own health since she went home. She pauses when the game prompts her to name her new pet pink ball of fur. At least she thinks it's fur. Naming it Mira might raise questions, and it might make Mira whine at her about naming a pet after her. As much as she wants to see Mira complain about it, Zoe also has half a brain to know that any kind of attention on them right now would make the three of them explode. She's already having trouble trying to keep the rest of her family from knowing that she suddenly has two new roommates. She had to slap her hand over her dad's mouth at least twice when he was on the phone with her grandma. She looks down at her keyboard and sticks her tongue out as she tries to spell it out on keycaps without hunger. She types out, I don't know what that is. I don't know. Look up. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna need to look up the hunger. So that's me. Okay. Me, then backspaces, then me again. Me. Zoe names her Puffle. Miso at the in the end. Miso. Smile. There's a part of Mira still in there. There. Everyone say hi to Miso. One of these days, I need to teach you guys how to speak Korean. Zoe remarks as she admires her new buddy and her player card. Actually, do you guys want to learn one right now? Say Noe udong sari durotnya. It means, bro, I love you so much. You can say it to all your bros, especially when you're cute in comp. That's what I do all the time. The rest of Zoe's time on Club Penguin goes without too many more incidents. She hums under her breath as she ice fishes, and she shows them how to get the giant red fish at the end of the stamp and bonus coins. She challenges Sensei for card jitsu the moment she gets her white belt and ultimately loses. After she whines at her chat to get rid of all video evidence of her getting rinsed at card jitsu, Zoe makes her way around the map to play all the games she can find. Zoe whines about her account not being old enough to be a tour guide, and she promises to come back to Club Penguin in 45 days for a tour guide stream. She also fails the secret agent test of a misinput because of a misinput. A misinput. It wasn't. The surfing game makes her lose her mind a couple of times. Is a lesson in humility. Role playing as a coffee worker with a thick New York accent makes her chat laugh. And unfortunately, she can't get the iceberg to tip despite all of her best efforts. A few of her fans come to see her on Club Penguin. It makes her PC bug out a few times, but she's more than happy to dance with them at the dance club. She refuses every and all card jitsu offers, and only because she didn't want to hurt their feelings when she won. Chat. You know what I should play next time? She asks softly, pulling the lever on her chair to sit up. The time on her other monitor tells her that she should be getting off soon, or else all three people living in her house, plus a broke Korean male idol on the other side of the world, will lecture her about needing a rest. Freaking Toontown. Do you guys remember Toontown? Were you guys old enough to play Toontown? Why am I talking like I'm from the Jurassic era? There's also Moshi Monster and Animal Jam and Pet Park and Neosaurus and Maple Story and Pop Drop. Oh, chat, you ever played that one Tinkerbell game? Pixie Hollow, I think? I should stream that next week. Wait, that sounds so familiar. Pixie Hollow? Oh my god. I was so into the Tinkerbell movies. Those Tinkerbell movies ruled way too hard. They ate way too hard. She rubs her chin in thought. She's getting excited at all the potential games that she can play next week. Nothing like going down memory lane for the sake of embarrassing herself on the internet. She remembers showing a friend from Korea how to play Neopets in the computer labs. They were both too short for the chairs, but they improvised with books under the legs of the chairs. She misses those days. What was her name again? It started with an M. Or a me. More like, oh god, so much hunger. Ooh, me something. I'm not gonna look up. I'm not gonna yeah. Yeah, it's just Hango starting with me something. Like she's like, oh, was it me this, me that, me. Her chat comes to life, and it startles Zoe out of her thoughts. She hadn't realized she just said her entire chat. Said her. She hadn't realized she just said her ending chat spiel. Huh? Maybe muscle memory works deeper than she thought it did. QM 4200. Wah, sad to see you go, but thank you for the stream. Shaded rule. Take care, Zozo. Phoenix Evhos. My beautiful fast streamer, never take treacherous roads again. Hati underscore my. Thank you for the stream. Carliptonite. Have a good night. Dragon. Oh my god. Dragon light. Oh, Dragon Liar 554. Hey, does anyone remember if she still has her sugar mommies? Zach underscore Ackerman. Wait, yeah, hold on. The sugar mothers. Malice Mind. Bye, Zoe. Polaric Pura. Yeah, where are you hiding them, Zoe? ASAP Abby. Green heart, green heart, green heart, green heart. Toasty Dead. Waddle on, bitches. So how was the stream? Mira asks her. How long until a break? I might take a little break here. A little bit until a break. I can take a little break here. The sugar mothers. The sugar mothers. Hello, yes, Huntrix will be performing at the New Year's Eve party, and it's gonna be brilliant. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, they're all very gay. I must tell you that Jaime said some of these lines verbatim out loud. I'm not surprised. Oh yeah, there is a group planning to make an animated series based on GTC. I am very familiar with that. I am very familiar with that. Jane, why would you think someone that you don't know personally deserves that? Yeah. I mean, when I see any kind of online hate, I get I get a lot of comments, especially on YouTube, being like, "Oh my god, this is so cringe," and I'm like, "Okay." I'm just like, "Okay, you have no fun and whimsy in your life. We get it." I have a friend who's gonna be working with it. Oh yes, me too. Half of the flirting in GTC is just direct quotes from Jaime and Liz. I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I locked down an animator today. I'm so excited. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I am excited to see how it turns out. Yeah. They lack whimsy. No, honestly, if the best hate comment you can come up with, "Oh, you're so cringy," is like, I degaff. I do not gaff about you. Okay. Get a job or something other than hating on someone. No, it's gonna be so good. I'm really excited for this. I'm really excited for GTC side projects. It's gonna be a fun time. So, how was the stream? Mira asks her. Zoe takes off her headphones with a tired but happy huff. She's almost forgotten that Mira was sitting in her room. She's surprised that Mira hadn't slipped out by now. It's not like her camera would have caught it, and she would have excused the sound of her door opening as her dad checking in. Swiveling around on her chair to face her, Zoe tells her honestly, "Fun! Played a bit longer than I thought I was going to, but that's A-okay. How's your gunpla?" Mira holds up the model for her with a proud smirk. It looks finished. Oh yeah, Tegan. I would love to watch a GTC show. Well, yes. Okay, let me before I go back, let me bring this up again because I keep talking about it in my Twitter. First of all, if you haven't checked out Heated Rivalry and the yaoi is turning you off or anything like that, it's so good. Guys, it's so good. There is no reason why a show about these gay hockey players should be this good. Anyways, but whenever I watch Heated Rivalry, I'm like, one day I hope GTC gets this treatment because oh my god, I would die to see those scenes. Oh my god, it would be so good. Anyways, I'm back. Still need to panel line it tomorrow, but it's good as it is for tonight. Mira tells her proudly. She groans as she sits up against the stack of pillows behind her. I made sure to check if I left any pieces on your bed. Don't worry. You won't end up sleeping on a piece. Zoe laughs, and it comes off a little hoarse from all the screaming and shouting that she was doing. After streaming for so long, the ache in her throat feels more like a familiar friend. She prefers this kind of ache to the stuffed cotton ball feeling from when she woke up in the hospital. Aw, but I always wanted to recreate Princess and the Pea, Zoe teases. That's really cute. She gets up from her chair to sit next to Mira on the bed. Her bed dips with her weight, and Mira shuffles over to make some room against her stacked pillows. Did you know I auditioned to be the princess for my middle school's Princess and the Pea production? Zoe says, wondering out loud. Mira shakes her head. She rests her gunpla against her sternum as she says, no, guessing you didn't make it. Zoe strikes her with the side of her knee. It makes Mira laugh, and Zoe ends up giggling under her breath. Wow, zero confidence in me, huh? Zoe says with a disappointed shake of the head. And here I thought you were supposed to be my friend. I am your friend, your best friend, Mira tells her firmly. Zoe's heart skips a beat in her throat, and every retort dies on Zoe's tongue. Which is why I'm being honest with you. Friends have to be honest. You would have made a terrible princess. Give me one good reason. You ate a burger at that drive-thru before I could even pull on the road. You'd hate eating like a princess. Zoe giggles, and she squishes the side of her cheek against Mira's sharp shoulder. It feels comfy, though. Hmm, point taken. Mira nudges her gently. Want me to get you a glass of water? Mira murmurs to her. Her voice is soothing. Zoe almost wants to close her eyes and go to sleep right there. Mira always Mira always talks to her like this, so gently and kindly, like a cat purring on Zoe's chest, or tea if you wanted. I bought some ginger tea the other day when you told me you were going to stream again. Wah. Zoe shakes her head against Mira's shoulder. She intertwines her fingers with us and squeezes her hand over and over again like a stress ball. If I drink more water right now, I'm gonna pop like a water balloon, Zoe whines. Mira presses her knee against Zoe's. At least that makes you a cute water balloon, she says with a hum. A popped water balloon, Zoe clarifies flatly. A dead one? Is that what you want? If you pop, I'll just pick up the pieces of latex and put you back together again, Mira says, unconcerned with Zoe's pout. She waves her gunpla at Zoe. Just like I put this together, see? You're good at that, Zoe wants to tell her, putting things together with so much care and love. I wish I could do the same for you. Mira puts her gunpla down on the bed. Her phone rings, and they both look down. After reading chat messages as fast as she had, Zoe can make out the text message right before Mira quickly flips it over. Telling her that she's been denied another offer, reach out to more places if she'd like. Great. We're already getting the consequences of the fucking scar. Great. Amazing. It's lovely. Awesome. Anyways, there are places that would love to have you, Mira. There are brands who would love to have you with that scar. Mira doesn't seem all too concerned about it, even as Zoe frowns at her. Instead, she holds out her hand, palm up. Zoe knows what she wants before she gets the chance to ask it. She laughs under breath as she tries to slap Mira's palm, but Mira swipes it away before she can. Mira offers her hand back to Zoe. Zoe tries to slap it again, only for Mira to swipe it away right before she can, again. It makes Zoe whine out loud while she wiggles into a more comfortable position on her bed, and Mira chuckles gleefully at her reaction. They played this hand slapping game a lot in the hospital when Zoe was still recovering. It's a game that's better to play with both hands, but the splint on one wrist kind of makes it hard to do so. Mira didn't seem to mind playing it one-handed, though. She cares more about pissing Zoe off by swiping her hand away too quickly. Zoe had only been able to slap her hand twice. She's determined to make it 3 today. Ugh! Zoe cries out when Mira moves her hand away for the 15th time. You know what? How about you try to slap my hand? It's not as easy as you think. Fine by me, Mira says with a shrug. Knowing Mira, Mira probably had a fucking tutor who teaches her how to play the fucking hand slapping game. Knowing Mira, Zoe offers her palm to Mira, but then she exclaims, "Hey, wait, you're wearing a ring. That's cheating." How is that cheating? Mira asks, a little baffled. It hurts more, Zoe answers with a small roll of her eyes. Definitely not as severe as Mira would have rolled her eyes. Zoe thinks she is the eye roller queen of the decade. Haven't you been slapped with a ring before? Have you? Mira asks, her voice pitched higher in worry. Well, no, Zoe says, scratching at her jaw. But it makes sense if you think about it. Mira huffs in amusement. She shifts her weight on the bed. We watch as she slides the ring off. The ring itself looks simple. It's a thin gold band, almost white under the bright lights of her bedroom, which she should honestly switch out sooner than later with how much they give her a headache. There's no gems or any engraving to indicate what it's for. Zoe almost brushes it off as a fashion piece. Mira is a model, and it would make sense for her to be covered in jewelry. But then she swears she remembers seeing a ring like this on Rumi when she was making breakfast the other day. A thin white gold band. Did they get married without telling her? Actually, rolling it back, what are they to each other now? Zoe never really asked. It was too awkward to ask why they were suddenly too much more docile with each other when she was recovering in the hospital. And by the time she got home, it was even more awkward to bring it up. She brushed off something that time had healed, but now she can't help but wonder if time had healed much more than their hatred for each other. All that matters to her is that they're getting along now, that most of their bickers feel more like bickers than something Zoe has to step in for. She shouldn't pry. If they're back together, it's not like they owe her an explanation or Zumi. Zoe's head snaps up. Hmm? Mira chuckles under her breath. Give me your hand. Do they have another ring for her? I'm a sucker for the rings, for them rings. Without another word, Zoe passes her hand to Mira. She would give whatever Mira wanted if she asked for it. They give her everything she wants. The least she could do is offer what little things she has to them. Mira's hand is warm. Her fingertips cradle Zoe's palm and knuckles like a gentle caress, and Zoe watches in awe as she slips on the ring. She does it with so much ease that Zoe has to blink a couple of times at her hand. It fits perfectly on her ring finger. Her left, too. A part of Zoe wonders if that was deliberate. She has to shake the thought off before it can end itself too deep into her murky mind, and she scolds herself lightly for even thinking it. Her right hand is in a splint. Of course, Mira would slip it onto her left finger, and she's a model. Of course, she knows what finger it would fit best on just from eyeballing it. Better? Mira asks her, and it snaps Zoe right out of her thoughts. Zoe flexes her fingers and marvels at the glint of the ring. She wants to ask how much the ring cost, but she knows her answer would put her back into a coma. This makes me want to try slapping your hand again with this, Zoe teases quietly. I thought you said it would. I thought you said it hurt, Mira asks her, baffled. Zoe bats her eyelashes at her. At least you have more motivation to move your hand. Snorting, Mira bats her away from her shoulder. Zoe to pull out her hand again, and Zoe whines when Mira slaps it 3 times in a row, but never too hard, and never in a way that stings. Zoe's not surprised. Mira would never hurt her. Mira has always used her hands to take care of people and never hurt them. It's one of the things she loves so much about her. Oh God. Okay. Nah, whatever. Love in every sense of the word. They don't play for very long. There's only so many rounds in a row that Zoe can lose without whining that Mira was cheating somehow. She spitballs a few more games for them to play instead. How about a chicken fight? You can't even stand on both legs without falling. Darn. My tukbaki? We don't have enough people for that, Zumi. And you're going to crack your head open again. Gongi? I have to order the stones for you, but it won't come till tomorrow. Ugh. I probably have a Yutenori board somewhere in the basement if you want to come with me to look for it. Or Cat's Cradle. I was really good at that when I was a kid. There's also Monopoly in the closet. Mira opens her mouth to respond. Knowing her, Zoe assumes that say she's more than happy to come look for the board with her or to play whatever game she wants, as long as it makes her happy. But there's a knock at the door. Zoe says happily. Rumi pokes her head in. She looks at them warily, like she's a little afraid that she stumbled in on something she wasn't welcome to. The drop of her shoulders gives away her relief. What did she think she and Mira were doing? Food's done if you're hungry, Rumi tells them. She opens the door a little wider. Didn't make any dessert this time. Sorry. Your curry is all I need, Zoe declares, and Rumi smiles at her with so much relief that Zoe wishes she had enough energy to walk over to her and give her a big hug. Then she tilts her head and concentrates on the feeling in her stomach. Not too hungry right now. I can probably wait another hour before the old boy starts rumbling. She pats her stomach a few times. Mira snorts. Zoe knees her lightly. Rumi looks back and forth between them as they guffaw and smack each other with their knees. She seems to spot the gunpla box next to Mira, and the smile that makes its way onto her face makes a light bulb flash above Zoe's head. You got Mira more gunpla, right? Zoe asks her. Not just this one? Rumi stiffens, eyes wide in alarm. She stammers, What? No, I mean, save it, Mira says with a huff. You can't hide it from her. I wasn't going to. You just said no to her like 2 seconds ago, Mira points out. I didn't think she. Rumi stammers again. Are you going to tell me how many gunplay you got for her or what? Zoe asks with a whine. She leans her cheek against Mira's shoulder again and wraps her arms around Mira's forearm. She can feel Mira melting into her touch. Give me a ballpark number. How many? Like 10? Are they all master grades or 48? She's crazy. 48? 48, Rumi mumbles. Zoe's mouth parts in surprise. Mira pointedly doesn't look at her in embarrassment. I got I try to get her 2 kits a month. Most of them are master grades. I mean, Rumi coughs into her fist, and Mira drums her fingers on her bicep. Jesus Christ. Their gift giving tendencies. How much does a gunpla fucking cost? Like knowing figurines. How much does master grade gunpla cost? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean it varies. Mm-hmm. I don't know when I cut with the I looked earlier, it was around $700. Huh. Over here it says like, but it's Amazon. So they okay, let me go to Gundam Workshop's website. No, the Gundam Workshop website says like 72, 43. Uh Pocket change to them. No. It really depends what kind of gunpla. There's like the stuff in the hundreds. Let's see like the most expensive ones because they would get the most expensive ones. To them, nothing. No, like this is literally pocket change to them. They were thinking that like fucking freaking coffee costs like 90 something dollars. Let's do high to low. The most expensive one here is 247. So, but if they would probably like have access to the like super custom, super like limited edition stuff. So, That's still not even like 30,000. That's less than half what they gave Zoe in their bidding war in chapter 2. That's true. That's true. Fucking rich people. Anyway. Uh Okay. Most of them are master grades, I mean. Rumi coughs into her fist, and Mira drums her fingers on her bicep. Zoe tries not to snicker too hard. They can be so funny sometimes. Let's all try building one, Zoe offers. Unless you're hungry? It gives them an out in case they don't want to build gunplas with her. Because I can come down and eat instead of, I'm not hungry. Both Mira and Rumi answer quickly. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Zoe laughs, but she tries her best not to turn it into a cough. She's not sure how building a model kit with one hand and a murky brain will go, but she can count on the two of them to make sure that she's taken care of. She just hopes that she can repay it someday. And we finally have a line break. I binge reading GTC. I read 20 chapters in like 3 days. That's crazy. That is crazy work. That is more than 300k words. That's crazy work. That's crazy. Oh my god. Let me check the YouTube comments. I haven't checked the. I'm gonna be doing something. The scar is permanent, yeah. I don't know if they mentioned it in the fic, but Jaime mentioned in Strawpage, in one of her Strawpage answers, that the scar would be permanent. Anyway, I can't help because Mira never hurt anyone, even if it was. No, that's why I was like, God, I hate everything. Mira and Zoe have promise rings in the movie. And Rumi and Mira have necklaces. Yup. It in fact does hurt my frontal a lot. I mean, that's why people have those like punching rings. Seek not to kill the part of you that is cringe, but destroy the part that cringes. That's cute. Me and Mira are twinning with a new scar we got. Oh, I just finished Two's Company. I'm caught up with Two's Company. I'm waiting for the new chapter. It is actually. I don't understand how people can read long fics in like a few days. It when I was first reading GTC, it took me like a whole plane flight. I wasn't just reading the fic. I also have ADHD, so like it took me a whole like 10-hour flight to read like the first 5 chapters. Like, and that was a 10-hour flight. I mean, I also watched. Did I watch a movie that flight? I don't know. Whatever. I am a slow reader. Mira is so rich she could literally get any scar worked on. Yes. But I feel like she wouldn't. It takes me like an hour and a half to read each chapter. That's pretty good. Me when I'm unemployed. No, real. Hell yeah. Okay. When I first read GTC, it was up to 11, so it took me like 3 days. Reading plus breaks because ADHD. Yeah, that makes sense. She probably feels like she deserves that scar. Oh boy. True. I caught up on GTC chapter 11 on one day. I started at like 10 a.m. and then finished at 1:30 a.m. Knowing you, KJ, I would expect that from you. 10 p.m. 10 p.m. I mean, oh, I see. Yeah, knowing you, you you work fast, bro. Okay, let's get going with this. With the Mira POV. Mira. Mira wiggles her pencil her fingertips. It's honestly a little bit ridiculous how easy being in school is for her. What's the point of being here if she already knew everything from a year or two prior thanks to private tutors? Is being in a public environment supposed to challenge her or something? Is she supposed to be doing any staring out the window and wishing that time would go by a little bit faster? Mira wishes it was lunchtime. Lunchtime is her favorite time of the day, and it isn't just because she can snack on the stuff in her lunchbox, even if that is a big plus for her. She loves lunchtime because it means that she can finally see her friend, her only friend in the stupid school. Talking to Zoe is probably the only reason she even stays at the school anymore. If she had it her way, she would have thrown a billion tantrums in her parents' direction until they pulled her from the school and kept her homeschooled or shipped her off to another boarding school. But despite how stupidly boring being at the school is, being here means that she can pick out flowers and bugs in the fields with Zoe. It means that she can tell Zoe about the newest episodes of the anime they're watching. It means that she can talk to Zoe. The thought of getting to talk to Zoe again in an hour makes her stomach feel weird. It almost feels like needing to take a number two in the bathroom, except somehow even queasier. One of her nannies had joked that she was feeling butterflies, but that made no sense. Zoe had caught a butterfly in her hand once. They looked at it through the small hole in their fists together, and the butterfly did nothing but sit there in her palms. It was a brilliant shade of purple, from what she can remember. Zoe had told her that it was a purple emperor butterfly. Her friend can be so smart sometimes that it makes her jealous. But the point is that butterflies aren't what she feels in her stomach when she thinks of Zoe. Butterflies are too docile. Her thoughts about Zoe make her feel more alive than anything else. They make her feel like there's something to look forward to every single day, and that there's a thrill in getting to walk through the same stupid gates of the school. The lessons on the board may more or less stay the same, but being with Zoe has always been a different kind of experience. She's never had a friend like Zoe before. She hopes that she can keep being friends with Zoe for the rest of her life. What a privilege that would be. And hadn't her father told her to keep her friends as close as she can? Or was that her enemies? That makes no sense, though. Why would she keep people that she hates close? It would make more sense for her to keep someone like Zoe in her life, someone who makes it easier to get up in the morning and brush her teeth to prepare for something like boring school. Mira heaves out a long sigh when her teacher instructs her class to turn to the next page. She already knows all this stuff. And after lunch, when her teacher makes them open up an English textbook, she'll know all of that too. Zoe also knows these things, despite being a grade younger than she is. They had a full conversation in English the other day, not the kind of stilted English that that she's used to when she talks to the people in her class during their English units. It's the free-flowing kind, and the kind that Mira had used to tease Zoe relentlessly about her choice in favorite TV shows. Because Team Umizumi, really? Zoe told her the other day on the playground that it was because her father kept going back and forth from somewhere called Burbank due to his work. Mira thought that was cool. It would be so much cooler if she taught Zoe how to speak Japanese too. That's what her tutor is teaching her now. It would be even cooler if she and Zoe learned a secret language together, just for the two of them. She's heard of other kids in the older grades doing that with their friends. To cheat on exams mostly. She doesn't really need that. She just wants an excuse to talk to Zoe. Mira doodles in the corners and margins of her notebook with jagged lines and wavy curves. A prototype or a secret language for her and Zoe. There's no other person in this world she wants to talk to more than Zoe anyway. This would be great for the future. Teacher drones on and on about something that she hardly cares about. If she doesn't understand any of the concepts of today's lesson, she can just go home and ask one of her tutors. Zoe had been awestruck when Mira told her that she could just do that the other day. Oh, that reminds her. She should ask Zoe's parents if Zoe could sleep over at her house one day. She could tempt them with the prospect of Zoe being taught by her private tutors, too. She knows how to bargain well, even at her age. Ugh, the thought of having a sleepover with Zoe is making her stomach do funny things again. When it feels like that, she can never tell if it's because she has to go to the bathroom or because it just does that when it comes to Zoe. Can it be both? She should try that hypothesis someday. Maybe tomorrow. Mira frowns at her notebook. The secret language that she's working on isn't coming along all that great. Maybe she should just excuse herself from school today by faking an illness and ask one of her tutors if she could connect her to a linguist to help her make one. They can do that, can't they? People never really turn down a Kong, except Zoe, when she had to put her foot down and told Mira that she wasn't going to go on the swings with her unless she fixed her attitude about Team Umizumi. That made her stomach do funny things when it happens. It's doing those same funny things now, just thinking about it. Maybe she just really needs to go to the bathroom. Mira sets her pen down on the spine of her notebook. She raises her hand, her mouth already forming the words to ask to be excused to the office, punctuated with a convincing call. An electronic siren pierces the classroom, and every single one of her classmates flinches or yelps in surprise. Mira, on the other hand, tilts her head in curiosity. They already had a fire alarm drill the other day. Are they doing another one? Her teacher comes to life. She orders them to line up and follow the person in front of you. Keep close to your buddy, and Mira has to resist the urge to roll her eyes. They've done this before. They aren't stupid. Oh, some of her classmates are. They're panicking over another fire alarm. But her class makes it out safely. Only a couple of her classmates trip this time, instead of half of them, which Mira thinks is a miraculous turn. She's barely spilled in the courtyard, where the rest of the student population has gathered in confusion, when she feels someone tug at her sleeve. Mira's already grinning to herself before she can stop it. She spots her teacher busy talking to the vice principal at a considerable distance away, and Mira turns around to face her buddy. She tries to school her features into the most nonchalant face that she can muster. The last thing she wants is for someone in the grade below to think that she's uncool. Zoe, on the other hand, doesn't seem to care that she's smiling as wide as she is. Mira admires that a lot about her. Zoe presses a finger to her. Zoe fingers. Oh my god. No, I said Zoe fingers. No. Zoe presses a finger to her lips before Mira can ask her where her class is. Guys, I'm getting tired. My eyes are glazing over. I might need a little bite of something. Zoe presses a finger. Just kill me, why don't you? Mm. You all want me dead. You all want me dead. Zoe presses a finger to her lips before Mira can ask her where her class is. Mira lets herself be taken away. Zoe tugs her all the way to the tree where they had first met, right where the student body had begun to thaw out and where the teachers were hardly looking. They crouch by the tree trunk to stay out of sight from everyone else. Here, Mira can make out the murmurs of other students and teachers who seem just as confused. But the conversations are too far away for her to pick up anything other than the confusion in their tones. I didn't bring any gardening gloves with me. If you want to pick out some weeds outside of the school grounds, Mira tells her. I left them in my lunchbox. Zoe shakes her head with a giggle. Her headband is pink today. It's Mira's favorite shade of pink now. She wants to ask if it's a deliberate choice on Zoe's part, but her tongue feels too tied up to ask, and it would be a stupid thing to ask. A stupid, losery thing. Mira, we don't have to do that right now, silly, Zoe says cheerfully. She's rocking back and forth on her heels. I just want to tell you a secret. Mira hums. What secret? If you want to know my secret, you have to give me a secret too, Zoe tells her sagely. But you're the one who told me that you had a secret first, Mira exclaims in disbelief. It, if it comes off more whiny than she intends, she blames it on the stress of trying to get out of the school building with an alarm blaring in her ears. No, I didn't, Zoe insists. Yes, you did. I didn't say that. You said it to me. Mira tilts her chin up. I just remember better because I'm older than you. That's not fair, Zoe whines. She stomps her foot so childishly that Mira wants to jab her finger at her and laugh. But the last time she did that, Zoe had cried, and she really doesn't like seeing Zoe cry. That's not fair! The world isn't fair, Mira says, holding her chin up high. She crosses her arms in the same way her mother does whenever she makes her final decision on the length of Mira's punishments. You just have to learn how to deal with it and move on. It's also something her father likes to tell her a lot. Words that her family had practically beaten into her when she learned how to hold a fork. She likes to say that she likes to say that to her more than please or thank you. She's learned to stop crying about things ever since she was 4. Her mother used to coddle her tears until her father had stepped in and yelled at her about making her soft, and it was the last time someone in her family had ever wrapped their arms around her. 4 years old. If I tell you, will you tell me a secret after? Zoe asks her curiously. Mira looks up at the sky to think. She hums under her breath, and she can feel Zoe's eyes burning a hole into her face. I don't think I have any secrets to tell you, Mira admits. I like telling you everything. It's the truth. Family had taught the importance of candor and fabrication when needed, of course, and she's never seen a reason to hide things from Zoe or lie to her. Zoe has never made her feel like she couldn't spill her secrets. For as long and for as loud and blabbery as she is, her friend has never betrayed her trust. It's a great quality in Zoe, a rare one, if all the mean kids from her parents' parties have anything to show for it. Come on, Zoe whines, grabbing her arm and shaking it around. There has to be something that you haven't told me. That's simply not true. She tells Zoe everything. In fact, she hasn't ever spoken to someone else at the length she speaks to Zoe. I really don't have anything, Mira tells her, a little annoyed that Zoe doesn't believe her. She could give her a white lie or something small that she heard from the attendants at her house, but that didn't feel fair, especially when Zoe's big smile tells her that her secret is a lot. I mean, I could promise to tell you a secret in the future when I get a new one. With the number of people in her house, there's bound to be something that she accidentally finds out through the thin walls. It happens so often that she doesn't remember which secret baby or affair came from which attendant. They don't often pay her any mind either. The people at her house know that she wouldn't do anything with the information. She's much too young, even if Mira likes to tuck the information in the back of her mind for safekeeping in the future, just in case. I want a secret about you, Zoe says, shaking her arm again, because this secret is about me. Mira huffs. Sometimes she forgets how nosy and stubborn 7-year-olds can be. Of course, she has to be the mature one. Girl, you're 8. How about you can ask me any question and I'll answer it as honestly as possible? Zoe tilts her head. But I don't know what question to ask you. See, now you get it, Mira retorts, chin held high. So either you take the offer or you keep your secret to yourself. If there's one thing she knows about her best friend Zoe, it's the fact that Zoe can't stand keeping secrets to herself. Mira thinks that she'll probably explode if she had to keep it to herself for any longer than she already has. Zoe thinks about it all of 5 seconds, then nods her head. Okay. Mira holds back another snort. So, what's the secret? She prods. Zoe rocks back and forth on her heels with an impish smile. Guess. Zoe, Mira warns. She lowers her voice to make it sound as menacing as possible, just like her father does. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But all Zoe does is giggle at her. It makes her neck feel warm for some reason. She clears her throat and tries again. Are you going to tell me or not? She winces when it comes out. That sounds even worse. It doesn't at all convey how menacing her father can sound when she doesn't look away from the TV in time. Giggling under her breath, Zoe shoots out an arm and points in the distance at the school building. I did that, she says proudly. Mira raises eyebrows, partly in confusion and partly in surprise. What a bold statement to make. Did she make the school? Did her father fund the school? A public school is on the lower end of things, she supposes. But if she told her parents that her new friend is a sponsor of the school that she attends, maybe they'd be impressed. Maybe they'd let her be around Zoe more often. Maybe they'd even encourage it. Maybe they'd even stop with all the teasing about setting her up with icky boys that her mother knows, and they'd. I pulled the fire alarm, Zoe tells her, just as proudly. Mira blinks. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. What? She asks, a little squeaky, if not a little giddy. Zoe nods her head, a big grin on her face. She puts her hands on her hips as she surveys the crowded field full of waiting staff members, and children, as if she's looking over her kingdom. Mira chokes back a guffaw, and she stuffs it so deep down her throat that the noise her chest makes ends up somewhere between a grumble and a gag. Why? Mira asks again, confused and a little excited. Zoe shrugs and tells her, I just felt like it, and I want to know what it feels like. That is so real, though. That is like, have you never been a 7-year-old and wanted to pull the fire alarm? Also, I'm getting like shaky, y'all. I might after this part of the chapter, I might like eat. I know there's like very little left of the chapter, but I'm like starting to like shake from like not having eaten for a while. Okay. Hashtag YOLO, push the red button mentality. Okay. And it's hot in here. How long do I have to the? Oh, there's no chapter break. There's no chapter break until the very end. Okay. Already trust. Wait, no, actually I'll go to jail. Wait, what? Already trust. Don't be shy. Keep reading. Y'all want me to die. About to. Can I just grab a tangerine, y'all? Can I just grab a little tangerine for myself? Because I need something. I need to eat something. Yeah. I'll be back. Don't look at the mess of my desk, okay? Don't look at the mess. I'll be back. No, I'm starting to feel like a little. Oh, come over here. How people do 12-hour streams. I do not have the energy for that. How's everyone doing? Eating cheese fries. Hell yeah. I'm gonna eat some minimum after this. I have so much minimum. I am looking after myself. KJ was telling me to keep going, but I'm taking care of myself. I do need snacks on my desk. I do. Mm. Okay. I'll eat this too. The rest of my tangerines are like have like gone bad. It's really sad because I love tangerines. Do the snackos and hydrate, then do the gay. Thank you, Sam. Don't make yourself ill on the account of gay people on your PC. No. Get some Go-Gurt. Go-Gurt is a good choice for snack. Sorry, y'all. I'm like, okay. I actually love keeping some like flavored yogurt in my fridge usually. Okay. I mean, the last GTC stream, I had to like make cup ramen in the middle of the stream because I was like, I had just arrived from work and I was like, let's get in on this chapter. But I was like, I also haven't eaten in hours. So I was like, like when I get like really hungry, like all I can feel like my muscles start to give out and I start to shake and stuff. And it's like really, it's scary. So yeah, that was needed. Okay. I just want to know how it felt like. Yeah, that's get some Go-Gurt. Jesus Christ, take care. I might have some kind of like anemia or something. I genuinely don't know. I might. You're still going? Yes, I know because it's a it's a 28K chapter. mm, yeah, I should check my iron levels. I mean, I didn't have any issue with my iron levels when I got my blood tested, but like being anemic is so ass. I don't know. I watched the entire Hamilton musical in this time. Well, yes, because it's a 28K chapter. And it's only been 3.5 hours. Also, like Hamilton is like 2.5 hours or something. Like, of course you would have time to watch the entire Hamilton musical. Okay. How does the bastard orphan son of a no, I'm not gonna do that. She's never known a friend to do something like this before. The rules so blatantly and without regard. Yes, Sigurd. To break the rules so blatantly and without regard. You know what I love to sing? I love to sing congratulations, even though that was cut from the show. Congratulations is such a banger, and I might sing that, you know. I might sing that on stream. It's such a good song. It's so exciting that Mira can't help but let out a small giggle. Her friend is so weird. Zoe is so weird that she adores her for it, and she selfishly hopes that Zoe never stops being as weird as she is. Being with her is always so different and so starkly different from all the meetings and family photo shoots that they make her attend. Did you like it? Mira asks her excitedly, taking Zoe's hand to squeeze. She wants to shake her friend around too, like Zoe had done. Zoe shrugs again, but her smile is big. I don't know. Why don't you know? Mira presses. Because it was scary because I had to sneak away from my classroom and pretend that I need to use the bathroom, and I hope that no one knew that it was me, she says in one big breath. I don't think they'll know that it was you, Mira says, tilting her head as she looks up at the blue sky. It's the same shade of blue that Zoe had told her that she liked. Not sky blue, but with that murky kind of darkness to it that reminds her a lot of a lagoon. It's funny because she knows that Zoe would look great in that color too. Why do you think they wouldn't know? Zoe asks her in return. Because you're sneaky enough, she only replies, nodding along to her own words. I taught you to be sneaky, so you are. But what if I wasn't sneaky enough? Zoe complains. Mira shrugs noncommittally. Don't worry about that. Seriously, Zoe has nothing to worry about. If the school has a problem with Zoe, she could take it up with her parents and throw a tantrum loud and long enough for them to finally give in to her whims. She's done it before. Her parents would rather shut her up by thrusting everything she wants into her arms than deal with talking to her. Mira thinks that it's a great system to have. We need to kill the Kong family. Zoe doesn't look all too convinced, but she rolls her tongue in her cheek and hums, then gives Mira a single nod of approval. I can ask you something now, right? Zoe says happily. Duh. Mira hears a few children scream in delight in the distance as they play tag on the grass. It makes her smile, and something that reminds her of the kind of effect that Zoe has on people. Zoe makes so many people happy, whether she knows it or not. Mira so badly wishes that she knew how to tell Zoe that. Zoe snaps her out of her thoughts when she blurts out, I think you're really pretty, and I want to know if you think you're pretty. That certainly wasn't the question that Mira thought she was going to ask. Thank you for saying that, she says, a little hesitant. I think so. I haven't really thought about it. She's not used to compliments. Well, she is. A lot of them, actually. Too many of them sometimes. She's used to garish compliments, more like. She's used to the kinds of compliments that older people coo in high-pitched voices because they haven't seen her in forever, insisting she looks much prettier now than she did as a baby. Doesn't everyone look so much prettier when they're not babies? Babies are so ugly and tiny, like garbanzo beans, or the Mighty Beans toys that Zoe had snuck from her house to show her. Mighty Beans. That's a throwback. Yeah, but do you think you're pretty? Zoe challenges. I already said, do you think you're prettier than me? Zoe asks curiously. No, is her automatic answer. It's the truth, too. Of course, she isn't prettier than Zoe. She thinks that Choi Zoe is the prettiest girl in the world, and no one else would ever compare. She knows that as a mere simple fact. Not even all the people that she's seen at parties and on planes and in magazines would ever compare to Zoe's toothy grins and the way her eyes squint whenever she smiles. It's such a pretty smile. She wishes she could pocket that smile and keep it to herself forever. It's what makes her realize that her mother's screams about her being a selfish child may have some merit after all. She wants to keep Zoe's smile all to herself, and she's not ashamed to admit it. All Zoe has to do is name the price, and Mira would give her the world in exchange for that smile. And she does. Zoe dips her chin and pouts at her. She continues to rock back and forth on her heels, and another question pops up in Mira's mind. Why are you asking? She asks, a little baffled. She wonders if it's because people were bullying her in class again. Her chest flares with anger so hot that it makes her skin feel itchy and uncomfortable. They've only been at school for a month, and she's already had to push away a handful of bullies from touching Zoe's hair or bracelets. Oh, how she wishes she could steal her father's shiny black card thingy and order people to beat up Zoe's classmates. Zoe replies, because Amma showed me a picture of you in a magazine and I thought you were really pretty. Why didn't you tell me that you were in a magazine? Mira's face burns a little with embarrassment. Because you would have thought I was lame, is the real answer. She certainly felt lame in that stupid dress they put her in for that photo shoot with her family. Why does her family need so many photo shoots every week? Isn't one picture enough? Zoe doesn't need to know the lame side of her life. Don't tell me that Zoe was the reason Mira became a model too. That's crazy. That's crazy. I should find that one photo shoot we did with my family that was in a magazine. I really need to find that. That's like some of my interesting lore that I have been in magazines with my family. Just wait, it gets worse. Okay. Zoe doesn't need to know the lame side of her life. So instead, she says, I just forgot to tell you. Zoe huffs and crosses her arms, and Mira bites the inside of her cheek to keep from pushing her chest and making fun of her for looking so childish and cute. You should tell me next time, Zoe accuses weakly, and Mira giggles under. Whoa, what happened to TikTok? What happened to TikTok? Sorry. Oh, I am at 4%, y'all. So let's get the charger. Um, Good thing that it flashed like that when it did. I'm at 4%. Is Claire here? Hi, Claire. Um, it's all Zoe. It always has been. Right. Oh shit. Almost did it already, but I didn't. But I didn't. But I didn't. Okay. I just forgot to tell you. You should tell me next time. Okay. You should tell me next time, Zoe accuses weakly, and Mira giggles under her breath. Friends tell each other about everything. If you don't tell me things, then that means I shouldn't tell you things. Then that also means you'll never know about my ladybug farm and my I'll tell you next time, Mira says quickly. Having Zoe never tell her things would be the cruelest thing that she could imagine. Promise. Pinky promise. Zoe juts out her pinky in an instant. Then swear on your life. She says seriously, I'm gonna kill my owl! Oh no! Oh no! Fuck! Fuck! Oh fuck! Oh shit! Fuck! Ah! I died. I died now. I died. Okay. It gets worse. I know it. Okay. Fuck. Fuck. Promise. Pinky promise. Then swear on your life, she says seriously. Mira resists the urge to roll her eyes, but she hooks her pinky with Zoe's and squeezes. It's a little hard, given the size of Zoe's pinky. It's almost half the length of hers. It makes her wonder if Zoe will be this small forever. And the thought of growing up with Zoe, only to still be the taller one, to still be the one with the longer pinky, makes her almost too giddy to function. Throwing up. I think you're really pretty, Zoe tells her, and the odd edge of her voice makes Mira feel oddly light. Mira likes to think that she has a good judge of character. She has to be, for her to be in the kind of family she's in. She has to know which people hate her and which people pretend to love her. And Zoe, from what she can tell, has been nothing more than just honest. Honest to a if Mira has anything to say about it. Too honest and a trait that would get her in trouble someday. But Mira knows that she'll be there to protect her. She would do anything to keep Zoe to keep Zoe shining that bright. All she ever wants in return is to keep warm by her fire. I think you're prettier, Mira tells her, just as honestly. Zoe smiles so brightly at her that Mira can't help but smile back. That odd feeling is back in the pit of her stomach. It feels like butterflies and more it feels less like butterflies and more like leaping crickets that bounce around in the same erratic manner that Zoe would have. She still has no idea what it means. Zoe's big smile makes her feel like it would be okay though. That's not true, Zoe insists, her voice squeaky and high. Mira bites down on her tongue to keep from laughing. You're like the prettiest girl I've ever seen. I think you're even prettier than Kim Celine. Celine from the Sunlight Sisters? Mira makes a strangled noise in the back of her throat. I'm not prettier than her. I think you're prettier than her and Rumi Young and Poppy and Zoe exclaims, and Mira slaps her hand over Zoe's mouth to keep her from saying anything else. She's starting to get red in the face. These definitely aren't the kinds of compliments that she's used to. No one has ever compared her to the beauties from the Sunlight Sisters, and she doesn't want to be. They're too pretty for her to be compared to. The fact that Zoe would even think to say that is Zoe licks the palm of her hand, and Mira reels back in surprise and disgust. I already see what's coming. I already see what's coming, guys. Don't. I'm not even reading the comments, and I don't know what you're saying, but I see what's coming. Zoe, she scolds, but it comes out like an undignified shout. You don't believe me, Zoe whines. Why don't you believe me? Because you're just a kid, Mira says, holding her chin up high once more. You don't know what you're talking about. Zoe mocks her under her breath, and Mira holds back the urge to wrestle her to the ground to get her to stop. That would certainly be undignified of her, and not something that her mother would approve of. Unfortunately for her, that also means that the urge to do it just got worse by tenfold. I think you're so pretty that I would kiss you right there! Ah! Ah! I think you're so pretty that I would kiss you right here, Zoe challenges. Mira freezes. What'd you say? She stammers. That's obviously not something she meant to say. That's certainly not something she meant to say. She meant to say something like God, whatever. Something that wasn't that, obviously. I said that you're really pretty, and I said that I think you're really pretty, and you don't believe me, so I would kiss you to prove it. So Zoe says again, nonchalant. That wasn't nonchalant at all. What is Zoe's nonchalant? Okay, I said that you're really pretty, and you don't believe me, so I would kiss you to prove it. Zoe says again, nonchalantly. Mira scoffs, then scoffs again in a higher pitch. Somewhere in the distance, the teachers are beginning to shout for everyone to come back inside. It's only a matter of time until they get are escorted everywhere by another teacher for another week for their misdemeanors. Her tiny mind cycles through all of the retorts that she could say to Zoe, retorts that would seem, oh my god, retorts that would make her seem cooler and not like a loser in Zoe's eyes. You wouldn't do that. As if you'd actually do that. I dare you, you wouldn't. But what she ends up blurting out is, why would kissing me prove that I'm pretty? That wasn't the cool answer. Now she just seems incredibly uncool. Before the panic can set in, Zoe giggles and takes a step closer to her. Mira's breath hitches, but she manages to keep her chin held high. They're so cute. Oh my god! They're like this tiny. They're so tiny. Oh my god. Mira's breath hitches, but she manages to keep her chin held high. Because, Zoe starts, raising her eyebrows like she's explaining the simplest concept in the world. When you like someone, you kiss them. That's how it works on TV. Mira opens her mouth, closes it, opens it, and finds herself a little lost. The explanation is acceptable. She can't exactly argue against it because that's how she thought kissing worked too. It's why she knows her parents don't exactly like each other either, because she hasn't seen them kiss without a camera shoved in their faces. The TV shows online have always made it seem like, wait, Mira blinks. There's more yelling in the distance, but she blocks it out. You like me? Like, she can't bear to let herself finish that sentence. She's already struggling to speak as it is. Zoe scrunches her face like she can't believe Mira even had to ask that. Duh! You're my friend! Of course I like you! Mira's shoulders sag in relief at that. At least she didn't mean, unless she also meant. Well, don't some TV shows point out that some friends also like each other to the point of kissing or more shouting in the distance? And Mira can make out someone march straight towards them. A teacher must have caught sight of Zoe's bright pink head. Mira's fingers curl into the hem of her school uniform. Well, Mira says quickly and squeakily, you don't have to do that just so you could. So do you think that you're pretty? Zoe asks her. Mira makes a noise in her throat. It's not like she can make any other kind of noise right now besides something caught between a hiss and a choke. Zoe smiles, big and wide, then tilts her chin to the side. She taps her cheek and says, just let me show you like this. Please. Oh my god. I'm gonna oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry, gotta plug the oh my god. Oh my Oh, cheek kiss. Not kiss kiss. Not TV show kiss. Mira thinks, thank God. At the same time, she thinks, oh, in mild disappointment. So Mira turns the other cheek and puts her hands behind her back, tugging at the hem of her shirt to keep her nerves down. And Zoe leans in. It's just one quick peck on the cheek to make Zoe happy. And for Zoe to stop bothering her and asking her about prettiness, as if Zoe isn't the prettiest girl she's ever met. And then they can move on from this. And Mira can go home and do her homework and come back to school to talk about Zoe's Pokemon cards instead of prettiness. And Kangmira! Her teacher shouts angrily. Her voice sounds near. Mira whips her head over in surprise. Zoe tips all the way over. Her lips peck against Mira's. Hell yeah, let's go. The first thing Mira thinks is, oh, her lips feel tiny but warm. The second thing she thinks is, oh, the italicized, oh. Startled, Mira takes a half step back. Zoe does the same. Audible peck of their lips sound so much louder than the shouts of teachers and the clamoring of children in the distance. Mira can still hear it at the forefront of. She can still feel those tiny lips on hers, even if it had only been for the splittest of seconds. Across from her, Zoe is wide eyed. She looks as startled as Mira feels. Mira thinks, don't look, don't you look. But her eyes glance down to Zoe's lips anyway, and she curses herself in 50 different ways in her head. She just kissed her friend. Her friend just accidentally kissed her. What do people do after they accidentally kiss their friends? Are they supposed to get married now? What if this is how babies are made? Does that mean she's going to be the youngest person in Korea to be? Her teacher grabs her elbow. You have a lot of nerve to be out here. Her teacher scolds, tugging her by the arm. What will your parents say about this? You know how disappointed they get when they have to come pick you up from school early. Why didn't you think about that? Of course she did. Their pressed lips and silent treatments had always made her tear up, but Zoe had wanted to see her, and she would do anything to make her happy. Her teacher continues to lecture in her ear about how she needed to learn how to be an adult and that people were depending on her to understand the importance of maturity and control. Mira hardly cares. She cares so little, in fact, that she doesn't even bother rolling her eyes. As her teacher continues to ramble on and on, Mira looks over her shoulder. Zoe is still staring at her. She's a little pink in the face, but she's smiling. Zoe's smile widens when she catches Mira looking back at her. She points a finger at her cheek, then mouths something. She's gotten good at reading Zoe's lips over the last few weeks. She swears that Zoe mouths, I told you that you look pretty like that. Like what? She mouths back. Her teacher doesn't notice. They continue to barrel down the small hill and back towards the school. And another teacher is beginning to approach Zoe. Zoe mouths one more time to her, and Mira understands without having to guess. In pink. Mira presses her fingertips to her cheek, the spot that Zoe was supposed to kiss. It's unbearably warm against her fingers, and when it's warm like that, she knows that she's pink. I already see the next I already see the next character. I already see We have a line break, but do I just keep going? I'll check the fluff is fluffing. Best line in the fic coming up. Oh my god. I'll check the accidental kiss. Let's go. I'm like, beautiful. Mira's Zoe first kiss. Yeah, just fine. Yeah, I'll just keep going. I just want to check the comments for a second. Zoe POV. Me. It's been the only thing on her mind ever since she woke up from her coma. She still doesn't know why. It plagues the back of her head, an inscription that haunts her every night she closes her eyes. It's not a malicious haunting, though. It's just one that she knows is there. Dr. Han had told her that getting her head bashed in like she did could do funny things to her psyche. Sometimes people wake up from brain trauma knowing how to speak perfect French or play the violin when they hadn't before. I don't fucking believe that. The brain can do funny things, Dr. Han had explained to her. Its ability to burn things has always been so captivating. Today is no exception. Sometimes she finds herself doodling the syllable over and over again in her notebooks while she tries to get ahead on her studies for the next semester. Rumi taught her how to write the hanja when she caught her doing it once. Hangul character, which means beauty. She's so fascinated by it, just as much as she's fascinated by watching Mira panel line her gunpla in front of her on the coffee table. Rumi is doing the dishes nearby. Eating dakjuk on waffles is, unfortunately, a messy ordeal. She glared at the both of them when they tried to help, just the way she had when they tried to help her fold the laundry yesterday. Sometimes Rumi can be so scary. Hot scary, though. So Mira and Zoe had been banished to the living room, painting a few model kits so that they could dry by the morning. Apparently, Mira wanted to send a box of her carefully finished models to her house so that her attendants could arrange them on her dresser. Zoe found it painfully adorable. Zoe groans out loud as she stretches herself out on the coffee table. Without looking up from the gunpla in her hands, Mira asks, Something wrong, Zumi? Nothing at all, Mimi, she says with a theatrical sigh. Mira rolls her eyes. The curve of one end of her mouth makes Zoe smile back. Talk about it? Zoe shoots up to look at her. Well, if you're not busy, I was going. Stop laughing, she whines. Not busy, I was going. Stop laughing, she whines. She looks over the back of the couch. Rumi, she's making fun of me again. Why are you telling her? Mira asks in disbelief. Mira, Rumi warns over her shoulder. Mira clamps maniacally. Zoe slips off the couch to prop her elbow on the coffee table to watch her. Mira's careful hands match the meticulous attention that she gives her model kits, and Zoe can already see it in the half-finished gunpla in Mira's hands. She can't wait to build the last few with her tomorrow, like they promised. Apparently, Mira and Rumi had to go out somewhere would be back by 8, and they would pick up some more food on the way home so that they could eat and build. Zoe never asked where they were going. It wasn't any of her business to ask. She just hopes that it's a great date spot so that they could enjoy each other's company for once. Number one Rumira shipper. I'm just really bored, Zoe whines. Mira laughs under her breath. It's a really pretty laugh. Zoe thinks that it's always been so pretty. Hmm. How about I finish with this and we can do something later? Mira asks her kindly. We can finish something on your PlayStation or Switch. I don't think we finished that one game that you like yet. Really? Zoe asks excitedly. She tilts her head to think about it. Well, you can't really finish Splatoon, but tomato, tomato. Sure, Mira replies. She's smiling at Zoe. There are butterflies in her stomach all over again. Zoe tries to quell them by drawing her knees up to her stomach. She rests her chin on top of them while she watches Mira paint the last few lines on the leg of her model. In the corner of the room, the speaker blares a pop song from the radio. Rumi's too far away for her to hear if she's humming, but Zoe knows for a fact that she is. A part of her wants to get up and wobble on her feet to listen to Rumi sing under her breath, but the last time she did that, Rumi had flicked soapy water at her to get her to leave and sit back down. So had Mira, now that she thinks about it. So she just watches Mira. It's hard to get away from Mira's orbit anyway. Mira has this tendency to attract people and pull them in, never to let go. Zoe has never been a stranger to that. She watches the scrunch of her face and the way that her intense eyes never leave the model figurine in front of her. She fiddles with one of the arms to move it into a better position, and Zoe presses her lips together to keep from cooing at the face she makes when it hardly moves. Her large, blocky glasses have always been so cute on her. Her her golden glasses that she wears when they go out on errands look hot, but something about seeing Mira in nerdy glasses, so similar to Clark Kent, makes her heart ache. The cut in the corner of her eyebrow is starting to heal. It's not as red as it used to be, but it's far from scarring over and becoming nothing more than a faded mark. It would take a year or two to get there, from Zoe's memory. She had a cut like that on her cheek when she fell from a tree as a kid. You can't just put that in there like it's not. Anyway. She had a cut like that on her cheek when she fell from a tree as a kid. 2 years was how long it took for it to go away, according to her grandmother. I wonder how she got that. Mira shifts positions, probably a little sore in the ass after sitting on the carpet for so long, then hunches over and continues to paint. She dips her lower to squint at the gunpla a bit better. She's mumbling under her breath lyrics to the pop song on the speaker, the one she'd sworn up and down that I didn't like the other day. Zoe props her chin on her hand and smiles at her. The dip of Mira's chin also means that she can see the brown that flares from Mira's widow's peak. Are we adding widow's peak to the list of triggers because we might have to? She's seen the brown from Mira's hair before at the thrift store a while back when Mira had let her come close and touch her soft, expensive hair. Back then, the brown roots had only been about a quarter of an inch, hardly noticeable. Back then, seeing the brown had tickled something in the back of her mind. But she had pressed it down and down and down because Mira would have told her. Mira, her best friend, would have told her something as important as something like that. Why would she ever hide that from her? They were close. They are close, Mira would tell her. She could have asked her about it, but she didn't want to seem stranger than she might already be in Mira's eyes. She didn't want to overstep. She didn't want to seem like she was asking for too much or sticking her nose into things she shouldn't. And now Mira hadn't gotten the chance to dye her hair in a while. Zoe had encouraged her to find the time, but all Mira had done was squeeze her arm and said, "You're important than hair dye. It's fine." The brown is a bit longer, a little more than half an inch, according to Zoe's expert opinion. It's certainly nothing egregious, and Mira still looks as beautiful as ever. But Zoe continues to watch. In the back of her murky, fuzzy mind whispers at the back of her murky, fuzzy mind whispers it to her when Mira smiles to herself, humming under her breath, evoking memories of a tree, a notebook, pink, and a smile that she has never been able to let go of. A smile she has written to in hopes of an answer. This is why I say Zoe is more locked in than all y'all make her out to be. Oh my god. I feel sick. Oh god. God. The baby's first gay panic. I'll just keep going. Mira POV. Me. Mira nods her head in approval as she looks over Zoe's shoulder. Zoe is practicing writing Mira's name in the notebook that Mira had given her. She would need to learn how to write in full sentences, and ones that had her name in them, if Zoe wanted to write letters to pass whenever they saw each other in the hallway. Zoe's idea. Mira watches her write out 2 more sentences. Mira makes sure to point out the error in one of them. Zoe complains about her being pedantic, a big word that Mira had accidentally taught her the other day after Zoe had mocked her for it. And Mira laughs under her breath. "You almost got it," Mira says gently. She taps near the bottom of the page. "You just have to sign it with your name now," she finishes. Zoe hums in thought. "Can I write your name there too?" Mira tilts her head. "Why? You don't put my name there." "I know," Zoe says with a sheepish smile. She taps her pen against the notebook. "Can I do it anyway?" As if Mira would ever deny her anything. She would never, ever deny her anything in this world. Not riches, not even something as odd as asking to put her name at the bottom of a practice note so they could gossip more freely about the principal's balding head. "Sure," Mira says. So, Zoe writes, "Love." Under it, she adds, uh, is that, what does that say? I'm gonna look on it. Joey, yeah, Zoe. Her name, yeah. Then another E. Wrong one, Mira says with a snicker under her breath. Pouting, Zoe tries to square out the corners. It turns into a me. It turns into a me. It becomes Mira next. Zoe puts both of their names in a heart. "See?" Zoe says proudly, looking over at her with that big toothy smile that Mira likes so much. "It looks better when it's like that." "Better how?" Mira challenges, though she ignores the little butterflies in her stomach. "Because you're my best friend," Zoe tells her firmly. "And I just think we look better together like that." Zoe POV. Me, Mira, Mira, her best friend. Oh god. Oh, oh god. Ah! Well, yes. Well, yes. It's been a long time coming. Oh, I feel so fucking sick. Bomb dropped. She's so normal, guys. Waiting till Artie reads the snippet. So, do I read snippet before your thing? Read the snippet, Artie. Okay. Notes. 너의 udon sari durotnya? Do you have udon noodles in your brain? Or basically, are you fucking stupid? So Gobugi turtle. Finally, fluff and a reveal. Fuck you! Average GTC fan interaction. I wonder what people pleaser Zoe is going to do with that. Okay. Don't worry too much about the upcoming Zomira angst. It hurts like taking a splinter out of your palm, but the real angst doesn't start for a while. Don't look in the distance. It's okay. Enjoy being here. Shh. See you next week. And happy holidays and happy new year. That's true. The next chapter will be in the new year. Damn. Crazy. God. I feel like my hands are just like just limp. My whole body feels limp. It's like, look at the flowers and the sunsets, and don't worry about anything. Don't look at the distance horizon. Oh God. Chapter 21 snippet. I don't want to keep going. Okay. Bet you can't climb all the way up that tree, Mira says. Pew, pew, pew. 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 Bet you can't climb all the way up that tree, Mira says. The quiet, childish anger thrumming under her skin. Don't say it, she begs herself, a sob trembling in her throat. Don't say it. This is stupid. You're going to hurt her. You'll. Bet you're too much of a coward to get up there. Sorry. Bet you're too much of a coward to get up there, Zoe. She spits. But beautiful, happy, naive Zoe only tilts her head at her and smiles. Innocent Zoe, who thinks the conviction behind her words is nothing more but friendly competition and not a hissy warning. Okay, so there's something going on between them. Maybe, probably, Mira is feeling some kind of jealousy and like Zoe hasn't noticed. Oh God. Do you guys like this? Do you guys like seeing me in pain? Do you guys like seeing? I feel sick. I feel so sick. Oh my Lord. Artie, check our DMs. It'll cheer you up. Thank you, Kel. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Load. I also received the bricks document from Cactus. I'll check that out later. Okay. Oh my God! Oh my God! Can I show it on stream or not? I will eat more food. Oh my God! Oh my God! I will post it soon. What the fuck did Cal do? Help! Yeah, I'll let Cal post it. Just know that's really Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Okay. You may show them. Okay, I'll show you. Let me get it nice and zoomed in. After this, we'll look at the fan works anyway, the fan art. KJ's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's so cute. Let me show a second. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go over here and let's go to the. Okay. I'll share it. Oh shit. Give me that candy. Okay. Now look. Oh yeah, the GTC Santa Baby cover. We can end it with the Santa Baby cover. Everyone needs to listen. Well, I'll definitely play the Santa Baby cover here because yes. Yeah, Prince made that. Hey, that's me. That's me, baby. Please listen to 36 questions for Ramira goodness. Oh, I am honored to be in the like ending chapter notes. Chapter end notes, author notes. Okay. Beautiful Cap Mira. Let's see. Oh, I saw this. Rah. Santa Annie. We'll get there. Yeah, this is rough. Zomir childhood besties. Oh my god. Those flashbacks rotted my teeth. Oh my god, look at them. Oh my god. Rebels. Oh my god. The butterfly. The purple emperor butterfly even. Oh my god. Zoe and Zoe are amazing. And baby Zoe, I saw this one because I saw it in the Discord chat. It was so cute. KJ! I love KJ's style, by the way. I told you that you look pretty like that. So cute. Oh my god. That is I'm gonna throw up. Artie is shaking. Well, I didn't stop shaking. Okay, I think that's it, right? Let's listen to the Santa Baby cover. Okay, I'll put this over here so you don't have to keep shaking. Oh my god, look at my poster. Hee. Why are we shaking? Let's listen to Santa Baby. I'm shaking for multiple reasons right now. I just read a chapter and also I'm hungry. So let's listen to Santa Baby cover and I might even play the reality cover after that. Can I play this on YouTube without getting copyright struck? YouTube is so annoying. It copyright strikes everything. It will definitely copyright strike me for reality, so I'll play that afterwards. But here's Santa Baby. I've listened to this so many times. Dee's voice is so good.
Santa Baby, slip a wheelchair under the tree for me.
So good.
Make sure it can go fast, Santa Baby. So hurry down to Burbank tonight.
Little laughs.
Santa Baby, a 54 convertible to light blue. Don't let it crash in the rain. Santa Baby, so hurry down to Burbank tonight. Think of all the fun I've missed. 3 weeks in a coma, like
holy shit.
Next year, I mean, hopefully not next year because I don't really want to do this again, but something Christmas list. Santa Baby, I want a strap.
And really, that's not a lot.
What? Don't interrupt me. I'm singing Angel all year. Santa Baby, so hurry down to Burbank.
I sang these actual serious cover of Santa Baby. I don't know. I accidentally said colon.
Santa, honey, one little thing that I really need to stream. So get me out of this bed, Santa baby. So
Zoe is right
hurry
behind
down
you.
to Burbank tonight. Santa honey, and fill my stocking with a duplex and checks. Sign your X on the line. Get it? These are like X's, so hurry down the chimney tonight. Oh, fuck. Burbank. I meant to say Burbank. Burbank! Come and trim my Christmas tree and wheel me out so we can watch the sunset us three. I really do believe in you. Let's see if you believe in me.
Oh God.
Mira Rumi, forgot to mention one little thing. A ring. I don't mean
The ring line hitting a
phone.
little extra hard now, huh?
Rumi, so hurry down to Burbank tonight.
These fucking graphics.
So, do I get my gift now?
Don't count! Ah! Okay. should I play the actual cover here or like just listen to it myself? Santa baby first pass. Oh. Play pleek. Okay. I mean, I don't know if this was like so fucking cute and so perfect, Zoe. I don't know if this is meant to be like a rough thing, so I don't know if I should like play it. Play. Everyone's like play. I don't know, Cal, you tell me. I can listen to it later on. I can even make y'all listen to my reality go ahead. Okay. God, it was so good. Oh my god! Unfair. They don't play like him. Still the giggles? Ah, that's Filipino cheese. Eat Filipino, eat. Listening to this after listening to this parody is like, oh, I think D inhaled all of them. Get them in Broadway or something. What? What? Yes! Oh my god! Yes! Oh my god, her begging cover with Ita. What the hell? What the hell? Yeah, everyone bombard D with like where's that begging cover at? Where's that begging cover at? Hey D, hey, poke, 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 poke. Where's that begging cover at? Clip this. Hey D, where's that begging cover at? Where's that begging cover at? We need it. Anyways, yeah. That's gorgeous. Like, oh my god. Like, I knew that D could sing from the freaking like number one girl cover, but like this came out and I'm like, oh my god. Ugh. D, answer the people, D. I'm running right now, don't worry. I just accepted. I don't know, y'all. Oh wow. The talent in this freaking fandom. Oh my god, I should do bricks. I should do bricks. I always do them afterwards usually, but let me just check out the bricks. Bricksy bricks. And let me see if any of this coming. You better bag that cover. But she would never ever allow such a thing to happen. A protector. Mm-hmm. Even when Zoe doesn't need one. Yeah. Prince that protects her. Yeah, like protect. Like Prince, you'd protect me. But Mira knows she'll be there to protect her. There might not be any significance, but Mira is a cat, yet she protects and guards like a dog. Oh my god. Zoe thinks I'll smile. Yeah, the pretty line, the light blush on her cheek. She's pretty. You're pretty. I told you that you look pretty like that. And yeah, the pretty parallels. It's yeah. Zoe telling both Rumi and Mira that they're pretty when they're blushing. Mm-hmm. The pop song that they settle on is nowhere near what a polka should be. Imagine has always been strong between the two of them. This is also in Zoe's POV though, so yeah, she just knows maybe. Imagination has always been strong between two of them. Seemed like a reference to when they were younger. Food for thought. I don't know. Zoe thinks the jagged line across her eyebrow makes her look even more beautiful. She wishes she could touch it. She wishes she could feel like she was enough too. Zoe's turn in the blender. Let's go. Why do you always look at me like that? Why do you never act like you want me around? Yeah. That you're doing you're looking at me like you hate me. Why are you doing that from chapter 15? The way you're looking, yeah. Yeah, with Rumi. Uh-huh. Mira Rumi parallels. I just don't get it, Rumi whispers. Why are you looking at me like that? What comes out of Zoe's mouth is an angry sob and her cracked voice. Do either of you even like me? Are you just getting back at each other by hanging out with me? Do you two just It's ironic how the way Rumi and Zoe felt towards Mira as young adults it was the same way Mira felt as a kid toward her friends. It always felt so good to watch her twirl around on this is chapter 19, twirl around on stage in front of thousands about how in love she was and how she was so into someone. It made her feel wanted, especially when Rumi had always found her eyes in the crowd. Chapter 19. Zoe's look disarms her. She doesn't know why she ever thought Zoe would her. And Zoe has okay. It's ironic how Rumi is the one to make Mira feel wanted, and Zoe is the one who looks at her in a kind, non-judgmental way, like her parents. Mm. Well, yeah. Chapter 20. Picking her friends must mean picking the ones who are most useful. Oh. Zoe canonically feels useless, yet Zoe is the one and only friend Mira makes. Yeah. Your mother and I won't be here to drop you off. You can take care of yourself. People always assume cats are independent and will always take care of themselves, so they tend to never offer help or affection in the first place because they think the cat doesn't need or even want it. Chapter 20. She promised to write back to her old friends so that they could keep having some. I'm willing to bet that Zoe was actually the only friend Mira wrote back to. Well, very fair. And assuming that, will they finally love her if she found some stupid boy on the monkey bars with aspirations to become a big doctor to hang out with? Maybe they'd even stop with all teasing about setting her up with the icky boys that her mother knows, and they'd, oh, Mira, there's so much being implied here with the things she was told at home and the expectations placed on her. She probably struggled a lot thinking of it growing up, and even when her family offered her beards. Yeah. The fingertips that press against Zoe's as they hold hands and giggle. And then chapter 8, two little girls holding hands in the corner. Oh my god. She opens up a random letter, one that has drawings of turtles on it, and two little girls holding hands in the corner. Zoe drew them together. The hold hands. Chapter 20 again. I am your friend. You have friends have to be honest. Friends tell each other everything. Yes. Mira saying the same things Zoe said to her as kids. Mira raises her eyebrows. Why would I do that? Don't you trust me? I don't even know your name. Chapter 6. Hey, it's no biggie. You met me less than 3 weeks ago? I get it. I wouldn't trust me. I do trust you, Zoe, Rumi says insincerely. A parallel of opposites to when Zomira were kids to Zorumi as adults. Interesting. Then Zoe places something in her palms. It tickles. It's the ladybug. The ladybug. The scene was mentioned 2 times previously. Yes. Promise, Zoe asks. Mira sticks out her pinky. Neither of them have to say anything to know what it means when Zoe hooks her pinky with hers. Chapter 14. Get home safe, Zumi. Yeah, you mentioned this in the chat. Mira makes her promise. She holds out her pinky and call us. She hooks her pinky with Mira, then tugs her in to kiss her on the cheek. The pinky promise. Pair with a kiss on the cheek like Zoe gave Mira when they were kids. Hehe. Well, she meant to give Mira. Turned into a lip kiss. If you had pink hair like Usagi Small Lady Serenity from Sailor Moon. Chapter 12, because after you moved away, I felt like no one saw me anymore. And Zoe told Mira that she would look pretty with pink hair when they were kids, yet asked Mira why it was pink as an adult. The Eiffel Tower one, Zoe jokes. She can put them in her office at sunlight or whatever. There's baby's breath in the set too. Number 1 girl. Oh yeah, the Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower. Well, yes, I'm not gonna read this, right? I'm not gonna read this on TikTok. But yes, when they're doing it with the Eiffel Tower in the view on the balcony, we know this. Rumi wishes that she could display the flowers that Mira gives to her proudly on her coffee table. She wishes she could put them around her office at Sunlight Entertainment. Yes. I got another DM from Prince. We are so up. Hell yeah. Cover bag. She's recording it right now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Rumi and Mira went to Paris for their anniversary date. Rumi wished she could display Mira's office. I'm not even going to include the baby's breath. Yeah. We know the baby's breath stuff. Chapter 20. Just so you didn't think I forgot about you. The relief that washes over her almost makes her feel giddy. Chapter 9. Or she got tired of me, Zoe thinks sadly. Too bad she doesn't even remember the name of her pen pal. To reconnect with them, she would have loved to try and do it again, but if she got ghosted and via snail mail one more time, it probably would have made Zoe twice as sad. Well, yes. God, yeah. Zoe looks one of the downsides of having more people in the house is realizing just how small everything is. This annual comparison is going to hit so hard. R.I.P. She sounds 8 years old again. The cat holds its chin up high, so high and mighty, even as it paws at doors, and jumps on windows to be noticed. Yeah, a lot of chin held high in chapter 20. A lot of chin being held up high. The cat holds its chin up high. R.I.P. Chapter 20. Why would she keep people that she hates close. Chapter 15, anyone? She definitely kept Ruby close. Cactus, I love you. Chapter 20, making other people happy makes her happy. Zoe makes so many people happy, whether she knows it or not. Ah, yes, classic people pleaser. Yeah. 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 Ugh. Yeah, the MR Zoe easy on me. Pink or purple, honest to a fault if Mira has anything to say. Too honest and a trait. Zoe comments one simple thing on Rumi's announcement post. Oh, Zoe, you are definitely going to regret this in the future and it will come back to bite you. Mira and bringing up pink and purple multiple times, not to mention the foundation in her name that's probably easily traceable. Purple fly, a butterfly with blue wings dancing around pink petals. So when's the pink butterfly going to show up? Oh, I didn't even. Oh my god, the fucking butterfly in the number one. That's crazy. These references are these parallels are crazy. Oh my god. Her headband is pink today. It's Mira's favorite shade of pink now. It's ironic how a color that Zoe was wearing is with Mira now. Whenever Rumi would see the color pink, the only thing she would think of is Mira. I mean, Zoe also like influencing her hair color choice. Like, yeah. You have a really pretty name. I think you're really pretty. Chapter 14. I like when you put your heart all over you. I think your heart is really pretty. I fucking died at that line. I remember reading that line and just being like, shoot me now. Chapter 20. She thinks that Choi Zoe is the prettiest girl in the world. I spent most of it with the prettiest girl I know because I'm talking to the sulkiest, prettiest girl ever. Pretty references. Chapter 20. The thought of growing up with Zoe only to still be the taller one, to still be the one with the longer pinky makes her almost too giddy to function. A smile she has written to in hopes of an answer. Evoking memories. Yeah, well, yes. If this is going to be a future parallel to Rumi's answer, baby's breath, to Mira's question proposing, I will jump. If Zoe asked her something as a kid and Mira is already having thoughts of spending the future with Zoe, jumping. Awesome. Chapter 20. You wouldn't do that, as if you'd actually do that. I dare you. You wouldn't. Chapter 8. I never pushed her. I told her to climb it because of some stupid bet and she fell on her own. Well, we know that dares are something Mira would say just to seem cooler, so Mira probably knew the bet was a bad idea and just didn't backtrack because of her stubbornness, arrogance as a kid. I mean, that happens in their freaking breakup as well. It's all like her like her being too stubborn to actually speak her thoughts. Like that is a thing that we see over and over with Mira. Okay, we have some jam bricks from the Discord talking about Rumi's hair color being naturally purple in the fic. Yes. If it was adapted to be a K-drama, though, her hair would have been naturally black, like her dead mom. So does that hurt Rumi more or Celine? Why do you think Celine makes her dye her hair in the K-drama? Crazy, crazy. Holy shit. The best Christmas Mira ever had was the one where little Zoe called her on Christmas morning to say hello. Do you think maybe Celine gives baby Rumi everything she wants because she knows that Rumi never gets it from her parent? Gunshot. Hmm. 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 I am so curious to find out more about Miyang and like Rumi's parents. Though there is a reason why Rumi never mentions her birth parents, even though they died when she was 9. Yes. Please tell me this last chapter. Was Rumi going to therapy? Does she? Or is she sneaking out to do the same thing she always does? We'll never know, will we? So annoying. Okay, I'm back. So that was the brick document. Just a dumb childish fight gone horribly wrong that Mira has blamed herself for ever since. Yeah. She'll most likely misjudge the tree being able to hold Zoe's weight. There's no ring sitting under her pillow right now, but God, she's thought about it almost every night. Thin, modest, and gold, similar to the shade of the lockets, easily hidden because she loves Rumi so much that she will let her lie and say their statement rings. Very familiar. Is that the GTC Discord? You can ignore the last one, lol. It was before I read the snippet. Now Santa Baby is stuck in my head. Santa Baby. Oh. Santa Baby. Okay. I don't think Mira would encourage her so much if she was sneaking out to work. Hey, Artie, check your DMs again? Cal, what? What did you send? Oh, this one is self-indulgent. Is Shinku Prince Mira. Original glaze. Oh, so pretty. Oh my god. That's awesome. That's awesome. Can I show it on stream? Or I don't know. We have 16 people over here, but like, wow. Yes. Okay, let me. A 54 convertible to light blue. Don't let it crash in the rain. Sorry. Okay, let me share this. Oh, here we go. Here we are. Oh, awesome. Oh shit. Too much. Too much. Yeah, peak. Oh, I love the details. That's so cool. Wait, that's pretty. Yeah. God. Talented ass people in this fucking fandom. Like, oh my god. Hurry, hurry. Santa baby. Okay, I need to end the stream and eat, y'all. What do we want to do? Should I? I mean, it would be funny for me to play my own cover here, but I can do that. Santa Annie. I can do that, or I can sing congratulations, or I can play Can't Help Falling in Love, since that was mentioned in the chapter. Reality. I mean, I'm very proud of reality. I'm really proud of that. It came together really fast, but I was listening to it and I was like, wait, can I sing? Can I sing? That's crazy. Oh, he linked my yeah, okay. The number of times I listened to this. You came, but you sounded distraught standing out in the rain. No, I was like, I made it to the end of chapter notes. Very like simple word changes. Yeah. GTC musical when? At this point, I'm like, yeah. Next to me. Because it was. That's everyone an anime series and a musical, but either could work. Killing my algorithm. Gently building my life with you. This last part was a one take because I really liked how it sounded. Sound design. Sound design time. Turtle chips was my idea. I mean, the rest of the scene gets even. So I did Mira and Nyx did Rumi. And if you want to know what happens after that, um, goodbye. So after that happens, it's come on, is this a pattern now? Mira, please don't do this. I'm asking you, please stop driving away. And then she is left alone, and it's like, well, I guess it's just you and me, future Rumi. Maybe you can help me out with this one. Question 19. If you know that at 1 year you would die suddenly, would you change anything about the way you are now living? Why? And that's where it ends. But I only did it until she leaves. So I didn't have to deal with more editing stuff. But that was like on me. But what I would really love to do is record the dialogue that comes before this because it's so good. Um So when are we forcing everyone to listen to 36 questions? So it might happen on Monday, but it also might happen in the new year. We are trying to plan. Thank you, Cactus. Getting my friend in on GTC. They haven't read it, but I practically yap a lot. So I wish I could. I wish I could get my friends into GTC, but it's like just too much, I feel like. So the scene that comes before this that I might ask Nyx to do, TBH, at this point is like um okay, Mira, Rumi, you really think I'm going to drive away after all this? You've done it before. Okay, Rumi, I'm not wrong. It was unnecessary. It was honest. You're insinuating I have something up my sleeve. I'm not the liar in this relationship. No, you're the one who vanishes into thin air. Wow, that's a little dramatic, even for you. I sat you down, gave you a chance to explain, and then you disappeared because you lied to me. And then you lied to me about lying to me. And I said I was sorry I did that. So when are you going to let me off the hook? Let you off the hook? Yeah, when do I get out of lie jail? That's not how it works. Then tell me how it works. Tell you how it works? Yes, tell me how it works. I'm never going to be able to trust you again. No matter what happens, no matter how this night ends, that's just the reality. Reality starts playing. That's just the reality. And that reality isn't something you have any control over. That's what makes it reality. Okay, so clearly I'm not living in reality. That's my problem. So wait, when you kissed me 20 minutes ago, that wasn't reality? That that was me wanting what I can't have. Or maybe you won't let yourself have it. Mira, Mira. I mean, we can't have this. We can this would not be like the musical because this is already a pre-existing piece of text. We're just like doing it so that it's Rumira. Um for me it was unsurprisingly a couple snippets from chapter 15 that finally made her crack. I sent her some parts that basically counts as reading. She's one of us. Trust. I mean, the most I've done is like play. What I do is I like I have played some of the audios for friends, and I have like talked their ears off about it. But I don't think they're. I don't think I can make them read something from a fandom they're not in. Anyways, GTC FOMO strikes again. Okay, I should end this for real now. I keep saying I will end it, and I don't end it. Okay, let me say bye to the YouTube. Bye to the YouTube. Bye, bye, bye. I see. Bye to the YouTube.